start getting crazy, baby, chill. Don't medicate, just meditate. You waking up now, well, baby, you hella late. Educate, look at what's going on, let it resonate, accelerate. Find your inner hunger like you never ate. Agenda is to push the hate, separate and segregate. Don't celebrate quite yet, the storm is coming, Q, for heaven's sake. Violence that they demonstrate, instigate and penetrate the values of our country, and our God is what they desecrate. My fighters ain't no featherweight, pulling out the seams of the fabric that they fabricate. They feed us lies, manipulate, intimidate through fear and force, forcing us to sit and wait till we come together, congregate, and then we liberate. Praying that you give me strength to find some love amongst the hate. Marching on these streets of blood till I see the golden gates. Troubadour and troubled souls, one of God's servants. Blades out, cut the grass till we see the serpents.
One day I hope you see the truth. This puppet show stays on because of you fools. We've been dancing with the devil way too long. I know it's fun, but get ready to pay your dues. Oh God, come back home. This crazy world is filled with liars and abusers. We need you now before we're too far gone. I hope one day they finally see the truth. God, we need you now.
I know the truth is hard to swallow, just digest it. Suspected something's going on, but chose to just neglect it. Deflected by some breaking news, oh, we just accept it. Expected just to fall in line and follow their perspective. Don't question their objective, but I got a lot of questions. How these kids molested, but nobody's been arrested. Read it in the testament, these children are protected. So I'm fighting all these terrorists, both foreign and domestic. Refuse to be directed, blind, not a sheep. Only kneel to my God, so I'm dying on my feet. Silence when we speak, but there's violence in the street. I've been rolling with the punches, I can't take it on the cheek. Drink from a glass half full, I'm optimistic. People are sadistic, so vicious and malicious. Praying for assistance to overcome opposition, or I'm gonna start resisting, and then I'll pray for forgiveness.
One day I hope you see the truth. This puppet show stays on because of you fools. We've been dancing with the devil way too long. I know it's fun, but get ready to pay your dues. Oh God, come back home. This crazy world is filled with liars and abusers. Need you now before we're too far gone. I hope one day they finally see the truth. God, we need you now. We need you now. We need you now. One day, one day, one day. One day, I hope you see the truth. This puppet show stays on because of you fools. We've been dancing with the devil way too long. I know it's fun, but get ready to pay your dues. Oh God, come back home. This crazy world is filled with liars and abusers. We need you now before we're too far gone. I hope one day they finally see the truth. God, we need you now.
Hello, y'all. Can everyone hear me? Let's see here. Hey sis, HP. Hey Miss Chewy Love. Hey Fizz, how you doing, bro? Doing good? Been clowning around lately? Yeah, it is an awesome song. I love that song. Hello, Cat's Eye, Wandering Hearts. Now, Wandering Hearts, what are you doing hacking Charlie? Come on. And Wandering Hearts, I don't know if the other night I started out doing a live about Sebastian. I had to change the title and stuff because they were saying, Charlie was talking about you, and then he found a dirt pile on a dirt. I don't even know. And I was streaming him, and was trolling him, and people were telling on me because well, he come over here, and I trolled the fuck out of him, and he left. It was so funny. Like, the Wandering Hearts, how dare you hacking Charlie? And the people that really know Wandering Hearts know that is far from the truth. Man, these people are nuts. Okay, so who watched the shit show last night? I might get struck for this, but I really don't care. Not the first time. I'll fight it, and she'll have 10 days to take me to court, so good luck with that bitch. But anyway, um, it was a total mess. I love you, sis. Hope you're feeling better today. And fuck, I forgot what I was gonna say. Maybe I need to smoke a joint. Hey, Wacky. Hey, love. Wacky Tacky. It reminds me of the Laffy Taffy. Laffy Taffy. Okay, let's see here. Let's get to this. And I'm going to try my best to fair use this because I'm horrible at that. Which I really don't care, but. And I haven't watched this whole interview because I wanted to wait and go over it with you all so we can have some raw reactions. But I did watch the whole ending of it. Mm. And I'm going to speed it up a little more than normal because I want to try and do better and fair use and blah, blah, blah. And Wondering Hard ain't that right. It's sad, man. It's really sad. And I'm sorry they done that to you, Wondering, because I know they probably released hate mob towards you too, and it was so wrong. So fucking wrong what they done to you, Wondering. It blew my mind when I seen that. Okay, let's start this interview, or I don't even know what to call it. Oh, I bet, Wacky. We're gonna try and go over all this. Yeah, we got your back, Wondering. Believe that. Cher was on it too. Was like, yeah, no, they're not doing this to Wondering. No, 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 no. They're like calling you a he or she. I'm like, it's a she, motherfucker. Wondering does a lot in this community of good things. Just because you don't see her, She does it. Live chat replay was turned off, of course. Okay. So what can I get from this? The not so private investigators was on this panel. And for one, never in my life have I seen private investigators not be so private investigators. These are not professional private investigators, in my opinion. Lawyers usually are the ones that speak, not private investigators. Private is in there for a reason. But I'm sure they got a big chunk of that GoFundMe money or something from Seth to push this narrative in the hate mob, in my opinion. Okay, we're going to start this. Let's see here. Now I'm going to put Sebastian's picture back. Fuck that. Yeah, I've heard pro bono too. I don't know. She's just. Right, sis. That blew my mind. I've never seen a private investigator not be so private. Who have a YouTube channel, Miss Chewy? These PIs should not be doing this. This is not professional. They're just trying to push a narrative against Chris and Katie, in my opinion. Okay, let's do it here. Oh, I don't know, Miss Chewy, and if she does, I'm not going to promote it because this is ridiculous. Okay, let's get started. And if there's a part where you want me to stop and rewind so we can listen, just say it in chat. These the one in the gray is the channel owner, and the other two are Seth Rogers private investigators.
Hey everyone, welcome to Web Sleuths YouTube Live. And normally we do Woo Woo Saturday night, which is ghost stories and such, but tonight that is on hold because tonight we have a very, very special guest with us tonight. Our guest is Chloe. She is the private investigator for Sebastian Rogers. Chloe and Heather, you've probably seen Heather on the news, and Chloe. Heather is taking the night off. She has well-deserved rest time coming. And poor Chloe, we are not letting her take the night off. We hogtied her and forced her to be here. So
No.
Chloe, thank you so much.
Okay, first off, they're not the private investigators for Sebastian. They're the not so private investigators for Seth Rogers.
For joining us tonight, because we have so many questions about Sebastian and you know what happened when he went missing. I'm just waiting to make sure that, oh, there we go, we're back. The chat is up and running and we're all good. So Chloe, now and you are working with Seth, that is Sebastian's father.
Correct.
And of course he's always welcome to come here anytime, so please pass that along to him, and we can always put anything that he wants to get across on websleuths.com, the big huge discussion forum that we have. So we are happy to help any way we can. Now, Sebastian Rogers went missing toward the end of February. He went missing, it was a Sunday night, Monday morning.
Right. So
And
between midnight and 6.
Right.
Of the 26th. Yeah.
15 years old. He does have autism. Now, for those people in chat who are not familiar, this is the weird thing. There's lots of cameras in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
But they haven't, that we know of, nobody caught Sebastian leaving the house, right?
Correct. Yes. We had a meeting with Sumner County a couple weeks ago, and they're baffled.
I guess.
He's seen getting home, and then he's
They
never seen again.
didn't take out the garbage or do something.
Yeah, trash out.
So they saw him doing that, but they didn't see him leave.
Ever again. No.
Now, let's talk about that night. When is, because I was confused when I talked to you about this earlier, so I really want to get this straightened out. When was the last time that Sebastian was seen by people other than family members?
It's my understanding it would have been the people at Texas Roadhouse.
which was Sunday.
Yes, Sunday.
See, I thought it
Early
was
evening.
Saturday. I thought it was Saturday night that he was last seen. But
No,
no,
Saturday he was at
was
Costco,
Costco.
and we confirmed that with that receipt. And then Sunday was a day full of activities.
Right.
Yeah. So the last place
That's
he went
what I
before he
said,
went home was
HP.
Texas Roadhouse.
Okay, and so that's the last confirmed sighting that we have where it was people, you know, the people that weren't related
Right.
to Sebastian.
Right.
Okay, and again, everybody, he has just vanished. I'm just stunned because he's on camera apparently taking some garbage out, and there's cameras all over that neighborhood,
Yes.
but nobody has seen him leave.
No.
Now, if you have been following this case, you have seen Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot. Katie is Sebastian's mom, and Seth is Sebastian's father. Chris Proudfoot is his stepfather.
Right.
What can you tell us about his, I guess, alibi, you would call it? When was Chris seen last? He was out of town. Can you run that down for us, please?
I don't know when Chris was seen last, besides the source that tells us he was at
Yes.
a job site at 5:15 a.m. on the 26th, which was about a little less than an hour before Sebastian was reported missing.
He was where? A little less than an hour before he was reported missing?
He was at his job site at St. Jude's in Memphis. He's
February 26th, okay.
the crane operator.
Right.
When he was last seen, though, before that was 8 p.m. His vehicle was seen after that at his RV, but him physically being seen was 8 p.m. the night before.
But the police have never indicated in any way, shape, or form that they thought Chris had driven home or there was anything nefarious, correct?
They haven't indicated much of anything. Honestly,
Okay.
they've said that the family's been cooperative, and that's it. They dodge questions about timelines and alibis and things like that.
Hey,
I mean, the police do.
Duchess,
The police do.
thank
So
you for what
you
you're
can't
doing for
really be sure of anything.
Sebastian and
And
Katie
Sherry
and
Berry,
Chris.
what Chloe
I
is
love
going
you.
on is a vetted source that said that he was at his job, and then his truck was seen at the RV on, was it Monday morning, did you say?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
And
he was seen
he was seen, okay.
at his job site.
I just want to, Ahmad, please drop Duchess's link. Duchess is the true definition. I don't need, of a victim's advocate. Duchess, you don't know how much I appreciate you, and you fight for what's right. And I'm right here trying to do my best, Duchess, to fight with you all. And yeah, I'm trying my best to get all these creators with the platform to go over this, you know, and like last night, y'all see this, but you know, Chris and Seth both came on this panel. You'll see in case you haven't. Shit, I've done lost track. I'm just so fucking. I'm just gonna play this because I'm so angry over some of this shit. Oh, what I was gonna say is, you know, they come on here. People were so pissed, you know, that Chris or Katie wasn't talking, they wasn't doing this or that. Okay, Chris gets trashed and slammed when he's silent. When he finally speaks up, he still gets trashed. Makes sense, right? You stay silent, you get trashed. You speak up and take up for your family. When you're fed up with the lies and bullshit being told about you, get trashed again. Make it make sense. And people's like, where's Katie? It's none of your fucking business where Katie is. That is none of nobody's fucking business. Katie, leave Katie alone. Rapper, you shut up. Y'all, okay, mods, don't block. Don't block. I want to state this here because people are allowed their opinion. I've had people been blocking and timing out for 24 hours and stuff. Don't do that, please. No blocking. No 24-hour timeouts. If you want to, please, unless I say, because I've been having trouble with that and I want to hear this. And
At
On
5:15
Monday.
in the morning.
Okay. So, Sherry, nobody's cleared. The police have been very clear about that. That absolutely nobody has been cleared, basically. But they haven't said that anybody is a suspect either. And so that's again, Chloe, licensed, very well respected and experienced private investigator. You must get frustrated when.
hey, let's listen to that part again.
Anybody is a suspect either. And so that's, again, Chloe, licensed, very well-respected and experienced private investigator.
Okay, if she is a well experienced private investigator, she wouldn't be on this live stream right now. She's the not so private investigator. She probably works for Blue's Clues.
You must get frustrated when the police won't
Extremely frustrated.
yeah, when the police won't release anything. So, but let's continue on here. I want to talk about Seth for a little bit.
Okay.
And then we'll talk about Chris and Katie and about their lie detectors and all of that was going on. It was very contentious there in the press with Seth Rogers, Sebastian's bio dad, and Chris Proudfoot, Sebastian's stepfather. Well, recently, Seth and Chris talked together,
Right.
and they have decided to work together.
Right.
However, Seth came out and said that if people basically didn't like it, they
Just comment right here. Bingo be the bean. In one part in this video, he said, y'all are so one-sided here, you know? Like I said, Chris stays silent. They trash him. Chris speaks up, and I don't blame him. He's fed the fuck up with this shit. I don't blame his anger at all. Let me tell you something. You know, I have apologized to them. And I'm not saying this to bash Chris, not at all. This is, you know, yes, I still do believe Chris is narcissistic. So is Seth, which is, he has like the worst version. Chris might be a piece of shit in certain parts of life, but in this, never in my life have I took up for a narcissist. But I am going to take up for Chris. And his anger, y'all see in this, is very valid. And I don't fucking blame him. And a real man would absolutely stand up for his wife and his family like this. Who cares about Chris's past right now? Or anybody's past? But now, Seth's past fucking matters too. They want to bring up all this shit on Chris and Katie. From what I've seen, Katie has been an amazing mother. She's done everything she can to make sure Sebastian had a happy life the best she could. While his own father was getting beat in that, or slapped, beat whatever in the head by his own hands. Hey, Selena, Sonia. I don't blame Chris, and I think he handled it very fucking well. Everybody's like, oh, his anger. Fuck, I would have that anger too. He sped the fuck up. But people still overlook the abuse that Seth done to Sebastian. That's documented. Why this child has water on his brain. Do you know how that's very dangerous to hit a child in the head with water on the brain? Do you know how dangerous that is? He done it right in front of the principal. Imagine what he's done that we don't know about behind closed doors. And poor baby Sebastian, he's not here to tell his story.
could F off.
Right.
And that has been talked about quite a bit. I think I understand what Seth was doing. It was out of frustration and all of that, because there was a lot of drama between the Proudfoots and Chris and Katie and Seth. And
out of frustration, but y'all want to judge Chris? Really?
In social media.
Yes.
And so I don't know. I'm assuming it was Seth that approached Chris and said, hey, let's stop this. Let's concentrate on Sebastian.
Well, actually, Chris came to the vigil before it started.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he approached Seth.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Not the most recent one that we did last night, but the one last weekend.
Okay, and later on in this, Chris talks about the approach, and it is absolutely Seth. Do better, boy.
I was not there yet, so I cannot speak on what was said.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, I know he made that statement. It
let's talk about that.
rocked the boat quite a bit. People were really mad.
A lot of people were really upset about it. But talk about what did he really mean?
My discussions with him, and just from knowing what kind of verbiage he uses anyways, my
Why,
impression is
sis? It's
I know that
wild,
everybody has a
ain't
bad,
it?
not everybody, but a lot of people have a bad opinion of the Proudfoots because of social media.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to get some backlash.
Because
about
of your
this,
client,
but
honey.
this is about my son, so
Tell
that's
your
anybody
little
that's gonna
boy,
get in my
shut up.
Right. Right.
So,
And
I mean,
that's what I thought he was trying to say. But then
and he's
you're right.
never told me to F off. He's never told his other private investigator to F off. He's never told his volunteers. He was not speaking to people that were.
I'm going to tell you that,
I
lady.
know a lot of people thought he was. that wasn't the case.
I always felt he was talking to the drama people
Yeah.
in social media that are causing all these problems,
Right.
you know, and will come out with these ridiculous live streams saying crazy things. That's who I thought he was talking to, and the people that would give him grief for wanting to work with Chris Proudfoot.
Right.
rather than
He
getting
got a lot of
angry.
grief for it.
He did, and so that I'm glad we cleared that up because I understand where he's coming from. I do, because
Actually, Chris approached him for very good reasons. He wasn't aggressive. Just wait.
it's all about Sebastian. Who cares about this other drama crap?
Right.
You know, it means nothing. And I want to say something to everybody out there. Nobody is prepared to be thrown into the spotlight.
Okay, I'm going to fast forward this on because it's like a 3.5 long video and I want to get through it. But we're going to get to where these fools, yeah, let's see here. And I think Chris was watching this and he came on panel. Let's see.
That he was told he didn't need to take a polygraph because his alibi was confirmed. If I
Right.
remember correctly.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, polygraphs are voluntary.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not admissible.
And your
So, I mean, I
client
know
failed
they're
his by
helpful tools
falling
for
asleep.
investigation, but
Mhm.
they're not the end all be all.
Chris didn't.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And this is Heather Cohen. She is the other private investigator on the case. Says Chloe is the best out there. My second case with her, and she's one smart cookie. Absolutely, Heather. Absolutely. We
She
know
wouldn't be on here if she was that
Thrive
good.
Collective says Seth should have access to the missing persons report. Seth should have access to all reports of abuse to CPS and by the school. Have they asked for the school records? And do you know if Seth has gotten a lawyer yet?
I'm not gonna comment on that.
Okay.
Okay, she's not going to comment on that. That means yes, he's got a lawyer, and his lawyer should be the one right here, not these two girls that works for Blue's Clues.
Chasing wants to know: did Seth fall asleep during the Nancy Grace lie detector, or is that a rumor, or do we know?
I saw a comment that had his name next to it that said he did.
Mhm.
It hasn't been something I focused on.
Okay, so we've just got
What's
so many
Chewy
questions here in chat. I
doing?
don't
What the
want
hell?
to miss some here because you are being, and again, Chloe, we really appreciate you coming out here and answering these questions because it's been driving us nuts trying to figure out what's going on, you know? So, okay, let's see here. You talked about how you went out and mapped just the houses that you knew had cameras in the area, and there's a lot of them, right?
Mhm.
So
Yep.
he should have been picked up if he was out there walking. He absolutely should have.
It's-
I mean, it's crazy.
I mean, Hendersonville
Right,
is
Audacity.
very
They just
densely
overlook
wooded,
that
Mhm.
part.
and it gets pretty
Like,
densely wooded
yes.
almost immediately in any direction when you leave his subdivision.
Right.
It's kind of, I mean, there's
Hey,
a
let's
lot of
speed
really
through this a little
treacherous
bit. I
terrain
can't.
out there. We've all been in it, and it's
I know.
hard.
I don't get it. It's kind of
Exactly.
spamming the
But again,
chat.
And not at night,
Miss-
Right.
and it's hard.
But again, not at night. I mean,
And
Right.
there's no cameras
No
for the
cameras.
most time. Yeah.
exactly. Out here and answering these
Let me hear
questions because
that
it's been driving
again.
us nuts trying to figure out what's going on, you know? So, okay, let's see here. You talked about how you went out and mapped just the houses that you knew had cameras in the area, and there's a lot of them, right?
Mhm.
So
Yep.
he should have been picked up if he was out there walking. He absolutely should have.
It's
I mean, it's crazy.
I mean, Hendersonville is like very densely wooded,
Mhm.
and it gets pretty densely wooded almost immediately in any direction when you leave his subdivision.
Right.
It's kind of, I mean, there's a lot of really treacherous terrain out there. We've all been in it, and it's hard.
Exactly.
And
But again,
not at night. So,
Right.
And it's hard.
but again, not at night. I mean, not talking about.
Okay, they want to talk about Chris and Katie's cameras. The 4 days out of the month that Seth got hit Sebastian, if that tells you anything, you're only allowed access to your child 4 days a month. Court ordered. Seth worked 12-hour night shifts. And the nights that he had Sebastian, he left Sebastian alone playing games online with Seth's adult friends. Why didn't Seth have cameras inside of his house to constantly monitor Sebastian and what he was doing? Could you imagine what that baby was doing while Seth was at work, online and stuff? And Sebastian was probably like naive and, you know, believed people and trusted them and believed they were good. How are we to say we don't know he was lured out by one of those online predators that he was talking to while Seth was at work? Why didn't Seth have video cameras all over his house to watch his son while he worked 12-hour night shifts? And the night hours are worse than working day shift, leaving him alone. I'd rather him be alone during the day. And you know that poor baby got scared there too by himself. Right, Audacity, I don't get it. And when we get through this, y'all see, not only was Chris trying to protect his own family, he was trying to protect Seth too. Like, this should not be on here. We should have done all this in private and offline and group chat, He's trying to protect Chris from himself. That's kind of a man there,
Going into that terrain, he would have had to have been on a camera. That's just all there is to
So,
it.
I mean, I'm gonna look at it again and again and again, but there may be a way, like if they had a Ring camera on the doorbell, but not a camera in the back of the house, and you walk between houses in a certain direction, he would hit woods, and then he wouldn't be picked up on a camera for a long time.
Okay.
Once he leaves that subdivision,
Right.
there's no cameras
No
for
cameras.
a long time. Yeah.
But there was never cameras in Seth's house where he left his autistic son with fluid on his brain, online, playing with stranger adult men. When Katie and Chris were very, very strict about Sebastian's internet access, and I don't blame them one bit. That is an awesome parent for doing that, because they know how dangerous it is on the internet, especially with Sebastian's conditions.
Exactly. Now, you have a vetted source making a claim about Chris going to leave Katie. Can you comment on that at all?
Yes, we have a vetted
Right,
source
Selena.
close to the Proudfoots that has claimed on recording that he had conversations with Chris about him leaving Katie. Not since Sebastian's been missing, but previously.
Before.
Yes.
Before.
Exactly.
And that's important.
Terminology,
because-
exactly.
And again, I'm not suggesting this is true, but you have to look at everything. I'm telling you, the police would look at it like, well, is that the reason? Did something happen?
Well, and that's what Heather was talking about the other night on News Nation, is we've been kind of like brainstorming this domino effect of like,
they're doing
okay, he went missing February 26th,
social
but
media
there's a
tour
lot
too, like
going on.
Right.
The 3 months
Seth,
prior
huh?
to that, a lot, and we're trying to just timeline all that out to see a post with an opinion in it. I'm just saying.
All I gotta say is, thank God I'm trying to be a better person and do better. There's so much I want to say.
What they've said.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Hey, let's see. I want to get
it
with
does
Chris
seem like
sometime.
there were some issues.
Together. And maybe you can't answer this. Is Seth able to just put that aside and talk?
And they got similar emails that said criminal investigation.
So they couldn't release it because it was an ongoing criminal investigation.
And several people besides us received similar emails that said that. Criminal can mean several different things, though. It doesn't mean that Sebastian was murdered and his body is stashed away somewhere. Criminal can mean, somebody is withholding.
Something I see criminal is whenever you slap your son in the head while he has water on his brain. Why didn't he go to jail for that? That's child abuse. If I had done that in front of a principal, he should have got locked up for that. He should have went to jail for that. Yeah, Sonia, I got ADHD too. And with Seth being a correctional officer, I'm sure criminals in prison are very fucking smart. Seth probably learned a lot from them on how to get on here. You know what I'm saying? High Priestess, he was born with water on his brain. He was born that way. That's why he had to wear diapers. He would have had to wear diapers for the rest of his life because he can't help it. He couldn't help it. And then Seth, when he would go to Seth wouldn't let him wear them and said real men don't wear diapers. They wear boxer briefs. And he drilled him like a drill sergeant and stuff. And the poor baby couldn't help it. He had no choice but to wear diapers. His condition didn't allow him any other possibility. And then Seth tries to say that Chris made him wear them. No, not true. He had to before he even met Chris because of his conditions. He couldn't help it. He couldn't control his bladder. And then Seth wants to say real men don't wear diapers. The baby couldn't help it. Right, criminology, and it hurts my heart because they want to knock Katie for that, and she had no choice. There's a lot of disabled children that have to wear diapers because they can't help it, but they're going to knock Katie on it. Katie has gave Sebastian the best life she possibly could, and no doubt in my mind, she was a wonderful mother. Sebastian couldn't help it, y'all. His own father made him feel less than what he was. Could you imagine? Made him wear underwear, and then he would probably potty himself, and then Seth would probably punish him for that. He couldn't help it. So, it's not right. Katie has done the best she could do to make sure Sebastian had a fabulous life. Leave Katie and Chris alone, y'all. Sorry, y'all. The diaper part really angers me. I couldn't imagine someone doing a child like that. Kimmy, how am I delusional? Don't block nobody, y'all. How am I delusional? Because my heart hurts for a child and a mother that's done her best his entire life to make sure he had a happy life. While his dad's hitting him in the head. Baby couldn't help it. He couldn't help it. Sorry, I gotta mute y'all.
5 details about what happened. You know,
Right.
I mean, there's lots of charges that can come from a missing persons case, and it's not foul play. You know,
Right.
false reporting or withholding information. I mean, things like that. And that doesn't necessarily mean he was murdered. And it
Exactly.
can still be a criminal investigation.
Absolutely. Absolutely right. Let's see here. Let me just grab this really quick. Somebody asked, have you seen the video of Sebastian? The police haven't shown you any video, have they?
I have seen one video.
You have seen, and which one is that? Can you say?
Mhm.
Okay. Let's see here. Now, I do remember, thank you, Evil Alaska, that Katie and Sebastian supposedly were at a relative's house on Sunday. Has that relative come forward and said, yes, they were here, I saw them, all of that?
Yeah, that was Chris's sister.
Okay.
And then I think they were also at a friend's that
Mhm.
I think early in the day.
This is what a lot of people are thinking, and I want to bring this up. Is it possible that someone is helping hide him and that someone doesn't trust Ellie, so they're just keeping him hidden?
I mean, everything at this point is a possibility. That's kind of low on my theory list.
Mm-hmm.
Along with him being groomed and taken away by somebody on the internet, that's pretty low on my theory list.
Mhm.
But we only have breadcrumbs at this point, so anything is possible. But that's not a high priority.
And people are still bringing up his clothing. We are only assuming that the police have either collected clothing that he was wearing at some point, or they know what clothing he left in. But again, the police haven't said anything to you. They're not telling you what they've collected and what they've done.
No.
And that's the problem. So let's see here. Let's see. Let's talk about Chris and Katie Proudfoot for a moment. They came out early on and did some interviews, which to me I found very troubling, to be honest.
I wouldn't say early on.
Well,
a week after he went.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To me, that's early on. I learned this. I was shocked. I was shocked when I saw their interview because Chris Proudfoot was gleefully telling everybody that he hit Sebastian with a belt, and that made my blood run cold. To be honest, It really did, and it truly.
Well, how do you think we all feel about Seth hitting his own child with a fluid on his brain in the head? How do you think we feel? Chris didn't do that. Chris even helped Seth get the job he had. Nobody wants to talk about the good Seth and Katie try to help Seth. Y'all have no idea.
Truly troubled me. Now that Chris and Seth are working together, and maybe you can't answer this, is Seth able to just put that aside and talk and work with Chris? in trying to find Sebastian?
I think they are doing their best.
Mhm.
I mean, there's
Doing their best. They call a truce, and less than 24 hours later, Seth was on 2 panels trashing Katie again. That's
water under the bridge. I mean, obviously, like I think they're doing their best. I'm not saying it's easy.
Right.
There's a lot of feelings.
Oh, I can imagine. I can imagine. So, let me grab this here really quickly. You mentioned something earlier today about bringing in Q, C-U-E. What is Q?
It is a missing persons like SAR organization that's kind of up there with EquiSearch. They can provide massive resources with ATVs, drones, dogs, foot search, boats, divers, which, we
EquiSearch searched. I don't know how. Mm, these people anger me.
we've brought in some of that, but not on the mass scale that we would like to. So we are in the works of bringing them in because we have an incredible group of volunteers that, over probably a dozen of them have been with us for over a month. And they're there constantly. What do we need to do? Where are we going? And they're doing their best, but that's not very many people in the grand scheme of like the acreage.
I'll stay on till, Friday night if he wants to come on.
Okay.
When you said Chris, I had to sit and think, who? Oh. BW wants to know about Melissa Proudfoot. She helped them take Faith when Nina had to take her other child to the hospital. Do you know anything about Melissa, his sister?
I do think, at least from Nina's account, that she was involved with that, as was, kind of everybody.
Right. Scary. That was very sad.
So.
Okay. And again, I don't want you.
And I also heard that Seth is the one that set up for Trap Time to do the Nina interview.
To say anything that makes you feel uncomfortable or that'll cause problems. And so if I ask any questions.
Yeah, I feel like some of it is like, does this help me find him?
Right. Exactly.
It's like, yeah.
But the thing, I think the flip side is if the Proudfoot family has done things like this before, is it possible they've done it with
I just got a message that Chris wants to come on.
Chris Proudfoot? Absolutely.
I don't know where that's.
Well, can you send him the link that I sent you?
He was not who messaged me, so I don't know.
Get him that link.
And
if he doesn't want to come on the link, he can call my phone and I can put him on through the phone.
Is he in the chat somewhere?
Chris,
I just got a message that.
I'll stay on till Friday night if he wants to come on.
Okay.
When you said Chris, I had to sit and think, who? Oh. What would you like me to do?
Wow,
I can
really
loud. Hold on. I can put the link in chat. If he is in chat, he can jump on this link. Okay. And if you have his phone number, Chloe, can you send him mine if he'd rather call?
Yeah, just stand by for just a second. Let me make sure this is even real.
Okay. I know. I get all excited. Somebody comes on with a sock puppet. That'd be my luck. So.
Right.
My gosh, that happened to us before, remember?
Oh, it has. I know.
Yeah, it did. It was the weirdest thing ever.
Yeah. Came on with a sock puppet. And then somebody else came on and accused me of trying to take down her man or some crap like that. Remember that? We've had some weird ones.
Weird things, yeah.
Yeah. Heather Cohen says it's real.
Okay, well, she's blowing me up.
I'll tell you what, you and Heather chat, and then we'll chat with chat. How's that?
Well, how do I
mute yourself?
We'll mute you.
Here, I'll stop.
There you go. There, you're muted. We can't hear you. Okay. Yeah, Ladybug Lady, we're going to talk about what you can do to help. And everybody can do something, and that's just get Seth's picture out. Did you email me that insightful
yes,
one?
I did.
Okay, hang on. I'm going to pull that up right now, okay?
Seth's picture out. It's called Sebastian.
Hang on.
Yeah, it is a good picture, I think.
So let me pull it up here. Oh, heck, I'll stay up all night if Chris wants to come, Come on, absolutely. And yes, the other private is and everybody on it. Here we go. There, and you can see there's the tip line, okay? But let's go ahead and read some comments in chat. Are there any that you want to read, Insightful One?
There is one I thought we can answer, but now I'm trying to go back and find it.
Yes, the other private investigator is Heather Cohen, yes. And everybody, if you could read some comments in chat, I need to go let my cat in because, the animals rule this house. So I'll be right back.
Right.
Okay, I'm trying really hard not to get copyright, which I don't care. I'll fight it. But while she's taking a break, I'm gonna play this little thing for Sebastian, and we'll get right back to it. Don't leave, y'all. It's just a little. Miss Chili, you're all right, honey. We were just confused. We're like, what's she doing? But yes, I did think he got out and got lost. I do. And everybody wants to say the dogs didn't get a hit. Yeah, they really did. Off the front porch. I feel someone lured him out, or he got lost, or because there's a lot of woods and hills and stuff around there that they probably haven't searched yet. But I feel he's out there. So. Right to the pond, yes, Selena. All right, let's see what else they got to say here. But I'm not going to listen to them trash Chris.
You know, I know everybody, there's some aggregate. Trish,
I'm sorry, what?
there's somebody
Hey,
backstage.
Eve.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Coming.
And we ask everybody to be respectful to
Yes.
the host and the guests on our show.
No,
Our people have to
no
remain
crappy
respectful.
comments, please, okay?
Right.
No
This is
crappy.
about a missing child,
Right.
and that's all that matters.
And we will always be polite to our guests. Okay, so who do we have here? Who do we have here? I've put you on the platform.
You have me, Chris.
Hi, Chris Proudfoot.
Hello.
I really appreciate you coming here. I'm going to change the banner really quickly so everybody knows it's you. But I don't know how long you've been listening.
Long enough.
Okay, you sound angry. Talk to me.
Well, very.
Talk to me. We don't want to get you. The last thing we want to do, Chris, is cause problems between you and Seth. I swear to God.
Well,
So
I understand that, but let me help you with something.
Okay.
Okay, a lot of the information that I've been listening to on your show, coming from Chloe, the questions that are coming through people, it's very sickening and disgusting, to be personally honest with you.
Okay, let's talk about it.
So let me go ahead and address a few things to help y'all out.
Okay.
Because Chloe, you're the PI. I haven't had a chance to talk to you. You haven't even called me. You ain't done anything. First off,
Heather has been
Heather
in
is the
communication.
only one. Heather is the only one who has reached out to me or to my wife.
I
So for you to
actually
sit
reached
on this
out to
show
you
and sit
a
here
month
and
or
give
so ago.
information that you have, that you don't have all the answers to, is a problem.
Okay, well, Chris, help us
I love
understand,
you,
because I
Dutchie.
know Chloe, and Chloe wants to help. And the last thing Chloe would do is want to put out misinformation. And the problem
okay,
is,
I understand it. So
Yes,
let me
HPS.
just smash something real quick.
okay,
Okay, first and foremost, anything that goes on between me and my wife is not a damn bit of anybody's personal business. I don't care what you think. I don't care what y'all got to say. That'd be like me flashing all
Amen.
your business out to the world.
Okay.
It does not matter what goes on in my house. We're looking for my son. That's real simple.
Your stepson, right?
It doesn't matter. Stepson, my son. All the kids are treated as if they're your own. There is no title, a stepson,
Facts.
a
Good
son.
job, Chris.
No, it does not matter. That boy is loved by me just like he is my own. Just like he's my own.
Okay, Chris, may I ask you something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I've been doing this for a long time, and let me tell you why people are asking personal questions about you and your wife. Okay, it's because of the situation in which Sebastian has gone missing, and they're wondering if whatever happened between you and your wife, does it have something to do with Sebastian going missing? I swear to you, it's not to be nosy, it's not to be rude, it's just trying to figure out what happened to Sebastian. And
okay, so let me make this even crystal clear for you.
Okay.
And everybody out there that's got all these negativity, disgusting comments and questions that y'all think you know anything about, when honestly you don't know a damn thing. And that's the problem. You assume, you speculate, all this crap. You have no idea what me, my family, my wife, everybody involved is going through, to include Seth, his mom, and everybody else.
Okay.
Because it's the vile, disgusting crap that comes out of people's mouth. Yes, I'm a very pissed off stepfather to this whole situation.
Okay, and I understand, and I hear what you're saying. But again,
so let me help y'all with something.
Okay.
Y'all said some shit that's really, it's really none of your damn business. But since you brought it up, I'm clear it.
Okay.
My parents didn't go to Alaska 2 days after he went missing.
I don't think
Why my
anybody said
parents
that.
went to Alaska was because my stepfather went for work.
Okay, nobody said they went 2 days after he went missing.
Oh no,
They
it's
said-
out there. Trust me, because I have.
Okay, I
terabytes.
did not say that.
Nobody
I didn't say
said that
you.
here. Okay.
I said people.
Okay.
Now I have terabytes of videos
Dexter.
of Seth on here saying some foul stuff. I've got videos of everybody and their comments out here.
But
Trust me, what I'm bringing to you is not that I'm just pulling stuff out of the air.
I understand. No, and Chris, I'm glad you cleared that up. That's a
So,
good.
by the way, they didn't go for a month.
Okay.
They went for 2 weeks. My stepdad went on business. My mom went with him, but it's really nobody's business.
Well, but Chris, let me
Facts.
and please understand. I swear to God, I'm coming from a place of understanding because I've been.
Dutchie, I hate that Chris had to even put up with this, but I'm so fucking proud of him. And his anger is very justifiable. I don't blame him. He's fed up with the bullshit, man. Does people not realize what Katie and Chris are going through? They can't even stay in their own home. They can't go anywhere without someone following them and harassing them. It makes no fucking sense. Good night, Gray Pearl. And just like I said, Chris stays silent. They trash him. Chris speaks up finally because he's fed up with the fucking bullshit, and I don't blame him. He gets trashed. So what do y'all want? Do y'all want him to talk or do y'all want him not to talk? Because either way, no matter what they do, y'all are not, it's fucking, they're going to get eaten alive. Mods, can y'all please randomly drop Dutch's link? Okay, another thing I want to touch on here, this thing. Okay, yes, I did team up with Tiffany Marie the past few days. We were in a chat one morning, and people know I didn't care for her and stuff. You know, I never knew, which I never really even knew her, but I didn't care for her. And we were in a chat, and she said something about how when Seth put his hands above his head, it immediately made her think of Chris Watts when he done the same thing. And I was like, oh my God, Tiff, you know, and she knows that I didn't care for her stuff, but I was like, me and Shara was talking about that same thing with Chris Watts. And she said that she had made a little video on it, but she wasn't sure if she was going to put it out or not. I'm like, Tiff, please put it out. And we started emailing, you know, about it and stuff. And because she wanted to see where me and Cher talked about it and stuff, you know, because she didn't want to get attacked for putting it out, you know, because You put something out that's against the narrative that the tragedy pimps are spreading, they're going to come after you. I don't want that hate mob, but I don't care anymore. None of us do. And me and Tiffany, we worked really well together to get, because she has a platform, you know, and I'm going to, even if I like you or not, and you know someone that can use their voice, because Tiffany, to me, is very, she knows how to talk. You know me, I got a short fuse. I'm going to be cussing them out, and that's not going to get the point across. So that's why I don't like to, you know, that, because when you, yeah, y'all know me. I'm a little ghetto, a hillbilly ghetto. But anyways, and I asked Tiffany to use her platform, and she didn't know about Sebastian's medical history, none of that, and um, so many people went to Cher trying to fuck up mine and Cher's friendship, and that's not going to happen. Just because I was working with Tiffany for a missing child doesn't mean me and Tiffany got to be buddies. And yes, I don't like some of the things she's done that I know of. I don't. But we both put our pride and ego aside and worked together for a few days to get the message out about Sebastian. And I got trashed for it. They tried to ruin my friendship with Cher over it. Let me tell you something, y'all. That's part of the problem in this community. Um, we need to work together, y'all. It don't matter what beef you have with anybody. If someone is willing to work with you with everything else aside for a missing child, you do it. Use a platform. You never know. There's going to be that one person that might see something. Like I'm going to start. Y'all remember when I used to do my summer lives and my monkey ones? I let it play all day. I'm getting ready to get back to that. You never know, that one person might say, "Hey, I seen that child." You never know. And if you can work with people on other platforms, all beefs aside, we can make a difference in this community, you all. And if anybody has a problem, I'm just gonna shut up. But you know what? Don't you, anyone dare judge me for trying to do what I can for a missing child. That really hurt me that people was trashing me on here and shit for that. And if you listen, I went up on panel with Tiffany and I was like, you know, we ain't gonna be best friends, we ain't gotta be buddies, we ain't gotta be nothing. But we did good work together for Sebastian. We really did. And be a voice for Sebastian, y'all. Let all your beefs and past shit with these other people that you don't get along, let it go. Drop your egos. I did. My pride. People know I'm very prideful. Drop that. Go to someone. Put it on all platforms. I hope he is too, Selena. Sorry for my little rant there, but come on, y'all. We got to do better. We got to work together for these babies. We got to. We got to be the change that we want to see, and we can't even lead by example. How is anybody going to take us serious? So, to all you motherfuckers that's been going around running their mouth about me teaming up with Tiffany, yes, I did for Sebastian. Not for money, not for clicks or views, for Sebastian. I am Team Sebastian, and I will be his voice every chance I get. Here we go.
Doing this for years, okay? Here's the thing. When you ask the public for help, they're going to look at everything and try and figure out what happened to Sebastian. And let me tell, from an outsider looking in, it's okay. His parents left town shortly after. Was there a reason? Did they take Sebastian with him? It is speculation that I am sorry it's hurtful to you, and I understand it. And that's why it's important that you clear it up. Just clear it up. Nobody's trying to be hurtful or mean. I promise you, we've all been asked to help find Sebastian. And this is what we do. We try and think outside the box. We try and ask questions and think outside the box and figure out what has gone on.
But
It is
your
not
problem with thinking outside of the box does nothing but cause speculation. And it causes people to call in tips that don't mean anything, that you're taking sources away from the investigation because Joe
This is
down the
Chris
street thinks
speaking.
that my family owns a cemetery. We own a funeral home. Like, where in the hell do you get up with this stuff? And not you. I'm saying the public.
And so
That is far-fetched.
that's why it is great that you're here, because we want to clear this up and help you get it out. And I'm going to tell you something, Chris. When it comes to the general public, they're always going to be calling in crazy tips and doing crappy things. And all we can do is say, that's not us. We are not doing that.
Well,
But
It doesn't
and
matter,
I
though.
did want to clear
That
it
does
up.
not
Chris.
matter.
I
Doesn't
did want
matter
to clear
one
it up,
iota.
Chris. I
Chris?
did reach out to you on March 17th, publicly and privately. You responded to me publicly. You asked me to ask my question publicly. I did. You didn't respond. I reached out to you privately again. So I have reached out to you.
Where in the public? Where?
I reached out to you on Facebook. I reached out to you on Facebook Messenger privately. You've never read my message.
Well, don't take this the wrong way, but a lot of the bullshit that I get in Facebook.
No, that's fine. That's
I'm
fine.
not-
I just want to make it clear
Can
that
I explain to you?
Yeah.
You send me messages along with thousands of other people.
I understand that. And that's why I took it public. And you did respond to me and ask me to ask my question publicly because you wanted whatever answer you were going to give to be public to clear it up.
What
I
was the
asked my
question that you asked me? Since I neglected your question.
And
What
that's not
was
what
your
I'm
question?
saying. That's not what I'm saying. I want to make it clear that I haven't not tried to reach out to you.
And Chris, I know you're mad. God, I can feel it. I can hear it, and I understand it. You've got to believe me when I tell you this. Please, if you can dial it back a bit and get us some of these answers and let us help you clear up this bull so it doesn't interfere anymore. And like I said, you're always going to have crazy people interfering and coming up with rumors, and it's so maddening and frustrating, and I hate it. It pisses me off more than anything, and anybody that knows me knows
It
that.
pisses you off? You're not in our shoes.
I know.
You haven't been in our shoes.
Okay, we don't know
Damn,
that,
boom.
but I haven't been in your shoes and missing a child, no. But believe me, I can understand what you're going through, and what I'm saying is we can help you, Chris. We can help you, all right? Anybody here in this chat that asked about the cemetery, it's because somebody else brought it up. Just tell us. And then
Exactly.
we
And my question comes back to, where do these people come up with this crazy crap?
that's $1 million question. I don't know.
Yeah, online.
Let's clear it up. Let's clear it up for you. Let us help you.
You're saying, I believe, Chloe, you're saying online? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm sorry, I said that. There's a lot
That's
of
Stacy. Yeah.
crazy people online. And just let you know, and I understand you get a lot of messages. I reached out to you when Sebastian first went missing too to see if we could help in any way. So
Yeah, but Chris, I understand your anger, but I'm telling you, please let us help you. Okay, we're not here to point fingers at you or whatever. But the problem is, and this is what we were talking about earlier, Chris, when the public is asked to help and then no information is provided, then people, because of social media, and social media is here to stay, unfortunately, this never used to be a problem, never, until social media. And it's terrible. I will be the first one to admit it's terrible. But let us help you clear it up, okay? So you don't own a cemetery and you don't own a funeral home, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so, everybody, stop with that bullshit, all right?
Here, let me add this to the thing. We don't own a private plane. We don't own 78 pieces of property. We
Mhm.
don't own a private yacht. What else do you guys want to come up saying that we own? Like we're millionaires or something. Like we've got this money growing off trees, which, by the way, it'd be great if we did, because I guarantee we wouldn't need anybody's help because he'd have been home by now.
Right, no, I understand. No, I completely understand. Okay, but understand when the public is asked to help with social media, this is what social media does. And it can be your
worst nightmare.
or your best friend.
Yes.
And let us help it. And I can give you examples. I can have you talk to people that have said, yes, the people at Web Sleuths, they've helped us. They've been great. Okay.
Yes.
But hey, guys, I understand why Chris is angry, because it's coming 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Horrible crap about him, okay, and his family. I get the anger. So we're going to help you. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to let my cat out before she drives everybody crazy. So I apologize. So hang on. Chloe, is there anything you'd like to say while I let my cat out before she drives me nuts?
I will ask the question. I'll actually read you the message I sent you. This was March 17th. Good afternoon, Chris. I wrote this in a chat you're involved with, but I'm worried it may be lost because there's so much chatter. First, let me say I'm a Tennessee private investigator and have been praying and actively bringing awareness to Sebastian from day one. His case is near and dear to my heart. I had a question. I know Sebastian went to his dad's every other weekend or so. Did you come home on those weekends? Not a specific date, but just in general. Or did Katie come and stay with you? Are you often gone during the week? Just curious about Sebastian's day-to-day dynamic with his parents. And then I messaged you again after I posted that question publicly. You asked me to post it publicly, and I did, and then I wasn't answered. And I said, hey, Chris, just messaging again. So it'll be at the top. I know you said you get a ton of messages.
So, and again, we understand that you get a ton of messages. We absolutely understand that. Is there somebody else in our chat room? I can't see it.
Heather.
Heather, do you want to come up? I guess she does.
I'm here.
Oh, she is? Okay. Oh, hi, Heather. I didn't see you there.
Hi.
Okay.
There's a lot of talk. I didn't really have a chance to say hello.
And this Heather is the other private investigator.
Yeah, I know who Heather is.
Okay. Heather, would you like to say anything?
Well, so I spoke with them earlier today, and obviously, as you know, Mr. Proudfoot did message me and ask for a number so he could come in. And I think that it is past due. I think that it's a good thing for Mr. Proudfoot to address some of the allegations that are being made. I would like to have the opportunity, like I said to him earlier today, it's good for us, Chloe and I, to have access to them, to be able to, when we get this information, instead of having to go around them to other sources to try to get the answers to those questions, to actually be able to come to him for those answers and try to clear them up directly. So I'm glad he's here.
HP, I'm pretty sure the third one is Mr. Seth himself. Figures.
I really am. Even though he's
I am too. I'm thrilled. I'm
even though
absolutely
he's
thrilled.
angry, I'm glad he's here, and I've spoken to him before, and he's been very upset with me before. But once he calms down, I think maybe we can get somewhere. Maybe we can get somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's address something real quick with your viewers who say I'm drunk and belligerent. No, I'm just a pissed off dad. So let's get that real clear.
Hey, everybody, if any, mods.
So if you want to keep your comments and that's how your audience wants to play this game,
No.
then no, I'm not going to clear up anything or turn the chat off. If you want to clear this up, let's get it right. And let's take all the stupid people out of this equation and answer the deals.
Okay, Chris.
Selena, I heard that too, and we can actually go back and listen to that. Because I'm going to be on here for a few hours because I got a lot to say. You're right, and people need to hear that more than, yeah. That told a lot, didn't it? I agree with you. I'm going to find it and we'll listen to it, I promise. It's very eye-opening. Just listen to Chris. Like, not Chris, Seth. The narcissist like that, he is a covert, malignant narcissist is what Seth is. And yes, it is what it is, but in my opinion, so is Chris. He's not as bad as Seth. That's why he's covert, because to the world, he's perfect, and in my opinion. So yes, Selena. Remind me, Selena, if you're still here later. Yeah, HP. We'll play it. I'll look for it and we'll stop this and then we'll listen to that and come back to this.
Hang on. Mods, if anybody says anything rude about any of our guests, I want you to ban them. Kick them out. Okay?
It's like this. If you ain't got nothing factual about me to say, keep your mouth shut.
Well, okay, but Chris, they don't know if it's factual.
Exactly.
Okay.
So that's the best recommendation I can give them.
Exactly.
Well, but they want to ask
I'm
questions.
so
And let me
proud
tell
of
you
Chris.
why.
Questions are one thing, not a statement where I'm belligerent and I'm drunk. Because guess what, folks? I could read the comments that you post.
I know. And I'm telling everybody, if anybody says anything rude, they're booted from chat. Mods, if you could boot them. Stacy, could you get Ping over here to help us? Anybody?
And the other part of this is
Oh,
if
I got it.
it's nothing in regards to Sebastian, I really don't give a shit, people.
No, and I agree, Chris. And I mean, I don't know if you heard, I didn't want to discuss.
Oh, I asked a lot of questions and she wouldn't discuss it.
because
Absolutely.
I think it's semantics at this point. He's been missing for 2 months, and I don't know how his bathroom habits are going to help me find him.
Exactly. Mind you that children with autism do have bladder and bowel movement issues to control themselves, but
Absolutely.
I'm not really worried that people can't read and do their own
Well, but Chris,
and
let me
stuff.
tell you,
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and care about that either.
let me tell you why that was brought up. Okay, it's because of what Seth said. Seth said at his house he didn't.
Yes, you are correct. No, you are correct. You just hit the nail on the head.
Mhm.
You just hit the nail on the head. Seth has opened his mouth. He has said a lot of things he probably shouldn't, and he needs to learn how to close it, because quite honestly, none of that has anything to do with finding Sebastian.
Right, and you know what? But Chris, let's keep it that way, because Seth has said he is not going to do that anymore, and he hasn't.
Bullshit. Let me explain to you why. That Sunday when I went to that vigil and spoke to Seth very calmly, very respectfully, we were having a good conversation while everybody stood behind me and would snap the little pictures and stuff. Heather came up in the conversation. She saw us. It was not a aggressive conversation. It was actually a good one.
Mm-hmm.
But see, it wasn't 3 hours later. Seth was on YouTube on somebody else's show, sitting there. He's blaming Katie, my wife, for Sebastian's disappearance.
Mm-hmm.
Now, unless you got cold hard facts, which you don't open your mouth. Because all you're doing is making an ass out of yourself because you're assuming.
Say that everybody is grieving and handling the situation differently. I won't comment on if I agree with any of the ways that people are acting at this point. I do think, in the last week, we've been trying to build a bridge. And I know it's difficult and it's not going to be just clean and perfect, but I think if we can all just refocus and try to not focus on the other things people have done that make you angry.
So here, let me explain to y'all something that y'all don't get a chance to see, because unfortunately we're meeting on a very bad circumstance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but Seth can contest to this. So Seth comes to Tennessee. He gets his job in the security force. He wants to be law enforcement. He has had a dream of being law enforcement since I have known him.
Okay.
There was a chance for something that came up, and I called him and said, look, I think you should apply for this. I think you'd be great at it, which is the job he currently has.
Okay.
Now, he gets accepted. He's excited. He calls me and says, thank you, man. I really appreciate you helping me. That I have been a supporter and a cheerleader for him this whole time.
Okay.
But y'all don't get to see that. And Seth's not going to tell you that. During the middle of the training, Seth decided one day he wants to call me, tell me he doesn't think he's going to complete it. But I told him, I said, look, you're going to sit there and you're going to go back in there and you're going to complete this training because your son thinks you hang the moon and the sun. So you need to go in there and prove to your son that dreams and goals can be met.
Mm-hmm.
I have been very, very supportive of him trying to do these things. I have told him on Sunday, I supported him then, I would support him now. But I will not stand by and watch somebody be straight up disrespectful and accuse people and say things that have absolutely no bearing. Absolutely nothing.
Okay, well, again, I just, if I could just step in.
I mean, Chris, I would love for us to refocus and talk about not necessarily the investigation that we can't talk about, but what has been done, what you understand about dog tracks, what you understand about the circumstances. We could go on and on all night, and I know we have a lot of really big feelings that are valid. But I think Heather would agree. We would just really love to redirect this back to Sebastian, because the anger doesn't solve anything.
It's not truly all anger. It's disappointment.
No, and I'm not saying that. And I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, at this point, it's just
not helping find Sebastian.
Yeah. And it's like an energy vampire,
Right.
and we're all tired. And I mean, I can't imagine how tired you are. I know how tired I am. So I would love to redirect back to what you know and what you think.
And then I have some questions that I hope you can answer that will help clear things up.
I'll answer questions unless it's something I have been told by law enforcement that I cannot answer. I've said that
Understood.
from day one, and I'm telling you now, it has not changed. So ask your questions.
Did you pass the polygraph?
Yes, I sure did, with flying colors.
And it was TBI that gave it to you?
Yes, TBI gave it to me along with another agency.
Okay.
No,
Very
that
good.
was kept quiet because it's nobody. We kept it all quiet.
Well, no, I mean, I think it's great that you're telling us now.
Right. And, you know, Seth knew about it the day on that Tuesday when I took it
Mhm.
and passed it. They called and told him that I passed it.
And okay, well, maybe he was told he couldn't say anything.
No, he was told he could say something. They told him so he would try to keep his rhetoric down. That's why they told him. And I have the text message where they asked me if they could tell him. And I said, I've listened to y'all from the beginning. I'm listening to you now. So please do what you feel is best.
Okay. So you pass the polygraph with flying colors. Let me ask you this. People in chat are asking, did you tear down any posters of Sebastian, you or anyone you know?
That is a straight up no. And I can't believe people would think I would tear down flyers or posters of my missing stepson.
Okay,
Which,
but again,
you know, another thing,
And
which
I
is kind
will-
of funny that you bring this up, because some people, and yes, they are pertinent to the investigation, have said that there's a video floating around of me tearing these things down.
mhm.
If you got it, post it. Because
Oh, I
if you
agree.
ain't got it, shut up.
And I mean, I'll say on record from myself, I have never seen that.
And I
Exactly.
also want to
Because
say,
it doesn't exist.
I'm sure it doesn't.
and I want to say on record that in my conversation earlier with Chris and Katie, Katie said she had one request of me, and that was that when I do these interviews, that I, at some point in the interview, remind people to hand out the flyers and put them up everywhere.
Please, all we're begging. I don't know how to beg you even more. I don't know what it's going to take for America, the world, whoever, to understand. We are begging you to hang posters, talk to whomever, spread the words, keep your eyes open. And when you find something, don't wait 2 weeks to make a report. Because let me tell you something, that's what's been going on. Some of the leads that are coming in are 2 and 3 weeks old.
Why do you
Instead
think
of when
that
you
is?
see something, you pick up the phone immediately
Right.
and you call the cops.
Yeah.
Don't call your best friend and
Right.
say, hey, I think I've seen this kid. Don't call these investigators. No offense, Chloe and Heather. You don't call them first. You don't call Seth. You don't call anybody, but law enforcement only, and make your report
And
immediately.
I will say, you know, we've received tips that maybe haven't been called into law enforcement, but we call them in. And we also received tips that have been called into law enforcement, but the person that called the tip in didn't get any feedback when they were told they were going to be called back. And so they were worried that maybe it didn't get looked into enough. So I don't
So
think
for the record,
passing
right.
tips
So
to law
for the record, I think what folks need to understand, because no, y'all don't know, y'all don't have all the information that Katie and I and some of the information that Seth has. You don't. And I understand that. And I'm sorry that we can't give you every single thing under the sun. I wished we truly could. But unfortunately we can't.
Right.
But when you do make a report and you give them a name and a number, you tell them the location, you tell them a very detailed description and everything. You don't expect to get a call back from law enforcement, period. Don't.
Mhm.
Because I'm sorry, but they don't have the time to stop and answer every single callback when they're looking for missing children, not just ours, but there's so many children out there that are missing.
Right.
So I'm sorry that some of y'all feel that you deserve an answer, but it's not. And I'm sorry, it's just going to sound rude when I say this, but you don't deserve an answer. You'll get the answer when we get the answer. The family gets the answer on a missing boy, not
Okay.
strangers. They're not calling y'all to tell you.
Chris, this is what I have to tell when I talk to law enforcement, and it's difficult to accept, and I still have trouble with it too. This is the way it is. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. But again, when you ask the public for help, people are going to start looking, and they look at the last place that Sebastian was known to be. And then it just goes from there. And I'm sorry, it shouldn't, but that's how it does. And we can clear a lot up tonight. And I'm
Yes,
so
let's
glad.
do this.
Okay, BW says, Chris, are you frustrated with law enforcement, or do you feel like you're getting adequate information from them?
I'm not upset with law enforcement. I'm going to tell you right now, the agencies that are involved have thrown every asset that they have at this. What people don't understand, this has actually probably been one of the largest searches for a missing child in Sumner County history, period, and probably in the state with the number of assets. Do I think they're doing everything they can? You bet your sweet tail I am. You can bet on it.
Mm-hmm.
Tell them,
I don't
Chris.
think,
Fuck yeah,
just
man.
short of making everybody in this United States go hand in hand, start on one side of the country and sweep through hand in hand, that's probably about, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, I'm very happy with what they've done. I know there are some other folks that don't feel that way, and I'm sorry because they are not in the know. But you do have to remember one thing. They're not going to expend every single asset, every single minute of the day on one child.
Of
You
course.
have to keep in mind how many children are missing, and it has to be equally dissolved among everybody. And I'm not going to lie to you, it hurt. It hurt the day that they came in on day 8 and told us that they have to pull back. I mean, it ain't nothing. There was more of a gut punch.
Okay. I want to. This last part I missed. I heard it, but I want to make sure I heard this correct. So we're gonna listen to that little part
I mean,
again.
just short of making everybody in this United States go hand in hand, start on one side of the country and sweep through hand in hand. That's probably about. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, I'm very happy with what they've done. I know there are some other folks that don't feel that way, and I'm sorry because they are not in the know. But you do have to remember one thing. They're not going to expend every single asset, every single minute of the day on one child.
Of
You
course.
have to keep in mind how many children are missing, and it has to be equally dissolved among everybody. And I'm
Okay, I heard that right. What Chris is talking about is I'm gonna name names because I ain't no little bitch gonna. Brittany J, T-Rev 547, Smiley, Justin for all. I love you, bro, but you're in this category. Just being a real person. I love you, Justin. You know I do. I love you forever. You ain't getting rid of me, but right's right, wrong's wrong. Who else? Terry Lynn. There's a bunch of them. I could keep going. That's who he's talking about. And I hope but I love Justin and I see Justin's point, and I'm not really knocking it for him. He does go live a lot, but he's not near as bad as Brittany J and T-Rev and Smiley. He's nowhere near as bad as them. His heart's in the right place. It really is. But that's who Chris was directing that to, and we're gonna listen one more time. That's what I thought it was. That's why I wanted to make sure I heard what Chris said.
every single asset, every single minute of the day on one child.
Of
You
course.
have to keep in mind how many. You do have to remember one thing. They're not going to expend every single asset, every single minute of the day. Hammy County history, period, and probably in the state with a number of assets. Do I think they're doing everything they can? You bet your sweet tail I am. You can bet on it. I don't think. I mean, just short of making everybody in this United States go hand in hand, start on one side of the country and sweep through hand in hand. That's probably about. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, I'm very happy with what they've done. I know there are some other folks that don't feel that way, and I'm sorry because they are not in the know. But you do have to remember one thing. They're not going to expend every single asset, every single minute of the day on one child.
Of
You
course.
have to keep in mind how many children are missing, and it has to be equally dissolved among everybody. And I'm not going to lie to you, it hurt. It hurt the day that they came in on day 8 and told us that they have to pull back. I mean, it ain't nothing. There was more of a gut punch to take than being told that. I mean, it
I can imagine. I mean, yeah, because you're not expecting them to say that. You're not expecting them to say, yeah, we're going to pull back and put
I
less.
do expect that, but here's the thing. I'm also a realistic person. I would love for them to expend every aspect and every asset and every single second of the day finding Sebastian. That's not realistic.
Yeah,
It's
I
not.
understand. I want to read you a comment, and I like this comment from Brittany Cole. It says, sometimes you have to block out the noise, Chris. The public will do what they do, and that's the truth. A lot of us are just trying to offer help. It's the bad ones that you remember, and not all the much bigger crowd of good people who are not doing this.
And I mean, weeks ago, somebody asked me what I thought, and I had some information from court documents that could have been a lot of quote unquote tea for the internet to have. And I refused to release it because I
Or documents
referred
on, let me ask you this, on who? Me, Seth, Katie?
Katie.
Okay.
I refused to release it because number one, I didn't think it would help find Sebastian. Number two, it was a deeply personal
Right.
thing. And also,
When she was young?
yes.
Okay, so
Let
let
me
me
finish. And I referred to the Michael Vaughn case
Mm-hmm.
where his parents got completely slaughtered
Yes, they
by
did.
the public for a very long time. And they didn't do anything to that boy. I do not believe.
They
I mean,
didn't.
now they have proof, but they just got slaughtered. And if people can say without a shadow of a doubt that they just know what somebody did, and they don't. Well, if you know, take it to the police and let's solve this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, tell all the Sherlock Holmes and Watsons out there, since they have their PhDs in criminal justice and forensics and all this, since they've got it, by all means, we welcome you to the case. We welcome you to come in here and show us and show these law enforcement officers that have so many years of experience that they don't know anything. We'd love for you to do it.
Chris, this isn't helping.
I know it's not helping, but this goes back
get the
to
public
what's
on
being
your
asked.
side. Let's get people on your side, and then we can all work together. Because I know
That's just the thing. This isn't about sides. This is not about sides.
Exactly, and that's
This is
that's
not.
what we're
This is
trying
about
to do.
Sebastian.
You know,
it is. But
are you
if we're
team
not,
this, that, I'm Team Sebastian. You
Same.
know, I was brought in to do one thing.
Same.
okay, guys, let me just say, coming from the other side, you want the public's help. You need the public's help. Let's not insult the public. There are asses out there. And believe me, we fight against them all the time, don't we, Stacey? Constantly. These jerks out there that pull all this crap just to get clicks. You know, we don't have advertising on this channel. We don't ask for money. We do it because we want to help. But it doesn't help.
So can I ask you a question on your show?
Yes. Yes.
I'm gonna ask you the same question I ask everybody else when we went on their shows. So I'm on your show and I'm sure it is blown up. So the more people that come on, the more money this show makes.
No, I make no money.
We
off
don't
it.
make money. We're not
We make zero
monetized.
money.
It's not
And
monetized.
we
You're
don't
not a
take
monetary
donations.
show.
No, they don't monetize.
No.
We do not
Right.
monetize. We do not monetize. It costs me money to do this.
Yeah, and
Web
Chris,
sleuth
that's
is
the reason why I
completely
asked
show I
that,
will go on.
It's completely free,
Well,
and the website is as well.
Well, no
right,
advertising.
so the reason why I'm asking that question, okay,
Mhm.
is because if people are true to what they say in their heart,
Mhm.
especially those, and they know who I'm talking about, the clickers,
Yeah.
the shows that make this money.
Yep.
I would love for you to make a public announcement for every dollar you've made. If you truly do this for the goodness of your heart, every dollar that you have made, you should donate it to the cause, not to your personal gain.
Right.
Well, yeah, we don't, like I
But-
said, we make
Yeah,
zero
we don't
money. It
make
costs
money.
us money to
And
do
I
it.
appreciate it and I respect
Yeah.
that. Thank y'all ladies for that. I will give you that.
So, but no, I understand what you're saying. But again, it's just like with, you know, Nancy Grace or with news media, they report the news. Unfortunately, this is social media. And I agree, there's people out there, and I'm not going to even say their names, but they know who they are. They do this crap to get clickbait so they can make more money, and it's disgusting.
Oh,
Absolutely.
very much so. Very much so.
And I want to add something to that. Like I told Chris earlier, everybody that's involved in this case is under a microscope. I've been ripped to shreds. They've been ripped to shreds. Seth has been ripped to shreds. I mean, like the public gets a hold of somebody in the spotlight and they dig into them and they pull up anything that they can about them. And some of it's true and some of it's not. It doesn't help find Sebastian. And that's where we all need to get on the same page and regroup and just make the decision right here, right now, to ignore the rumors, to clear up misinformation, and just to get on track so that we can start trying to find Sebastian.
Now,
Right. If we can keep parties involved in this investigation focused on that and staying off of YouTube and other aspects of social media and playing the game, okay,
Yes.
I'm sure we would all benefit greatly, and this would completely change narratives and the direction, and it would straight focus completely on Sebastian.
Well, let's do this. This podcast or Web Sleuths podcast that we're on right now, we can make a pact right now. That's what we're doing right here, right?
But here's the other thing. I appreciate you want to make that pact, but you know exactly who I'm referring to. That needs to be done publicly as well then.
well, all we can do is what we can do here
Sure.
tonight. So, but Chris, there's a couple of questions, and then there is somebody.
Fire
That
away.
well, there is somebody that wants to come on the panel, and I don't know if you want them on here, but
Who is
I'll
it?
ask. Well, let me ask you these questions first, okay? Everybody wants to know, what do you think happened to Sebastian? What do you think happened?
I don't know. For the love of God, I wished I had an answer. I wished we had something to go off of,
So
but we
Chris,
don't.
I asked Seth this a few weeks ago, and
Mhm.
so just
Okay, y'all, I'm sorry. I'm gonna, because I heard this lady likes to strike, but we're gonna take a little break and we're gonna listen to a song. Because I want to take breaks. Because I mean, I don't care if she strikes me, but it's not against her. But I just want to keep the truth about Sebastian out there. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want this stream to go down, which I would fight it and probably get it back. But go smoke them if you got them. Go potty, whatever. And we'll be back in about 5 minutes. Okay.
The top so lonely, make you reside inside. Good mental state lines, monumental punchlines. White Mike Tyson when I set it up to hook right. You ain't hearing what I'm saying, take an earlobe bite. Yeah, I'm living out something that is the first of its kind. All these duplicated copies encrypted with shitty rhymes. Big truck, big wheels, ass titty, chrome shine. If you think you fucking with me, you a chromosome shy. Level so up, I broke a dome in the sky. Carter 5, track 5, pause at second 39. He ain't talking about a girl, it's the music that he writes. Stay married to the game, finna love her every night. Go another artist move, do it smoother than the rest. Like somebody put overalls on Key Sweat. Wish a motherfucker would, but they won't dare. If they did and they would, bitch, I'm Cocaine Bear. Too cold, my expression staying polar. Most my family ain't shit on me. They went rogue and got $4 million. My farm equipment all got stolen. Now they tryna sue me cause I didn't care enough to overdose for 'em. I'm the overdose serum, I'm an overload server. I'm somebody everybody down south done heard of. This Dixieland murder, this sicker than the come up. Bitches never stop coming, killed them all, still going. I'ma be like Wayne, never seeing no opponent. Till I'm dead, motherfucker, I'ma live in my moment. On the wave so long, I became a sea serpent. I'm a preaching ass honky till I'm church, motherfucker. You're now live from a one lane. Breaking news, the holla goddamn game. Flow cold, spring to a creek bank. Always on a limb, every line make a jug shake. You're now live from a one lane. Truck too damn high and I'm too big. Only stream I see got cows and snakes. Same downtown as it is on the creek bank. You're now live from a one lane. You're now live from a one lane. For me, there never was a competition. It's complicated coming from them barbed wire fences here. 50 Cent for the first time. Had no riches, I guess I never got tired. Careers die if I mention mine. Minding its own business, bother me if I hate this whole front row mission. To go from my mama, my daddy, and anybody listening. I'm that edition, I'm hard-headed like Rams hitting Animal Planet. Damn, it's all made up of bar granted. Never off track, identifies transit. Even when I'm in court with knockoff Robbie Van Zandt. Say hating, I'll be flexing in trails. Can them get it out the mud, cause the mud been the playpen. You're now live from a one lane. Breaking news, the holler goddamn game. Flow cold, spring to a creek bank. Always on a limb, every line make a jug shake. You're now live from a one lane. Truck too damn high and I'm too big. Only stream I see got cows and snakes. Same downtown as it is on a creek bank. You're now live from a one lane. You're now live from a one lane.
Okay, I'm back. Looks like I lost everybody. They must not like our church. All right, so we're going to go back to this interview. Hey, Ron. We're going to go back and finish listening to this.
No
I'm
thought
gonna hear you out.
in your gut. Spit it out. Doesn't matter if it sounds completely off the wall. What is your knee-jerk reaction to what happened?
Sebastian walked out of the house, stepped off the porch, and has vanished into thin air. That is what I think, because that is what I know.
But what do you mean you know?
I've been part of the investigation since day one. And
Okay.
if anybody else out there that's got some information in regards to where Sebastian has went, because last time I
But
checked, there's
are
not
you
one shred of
confirming that you know
evidence.
he walked off the porch is what I'm asking.
I'm telling you, unless this kid is just in the thin air on my front porch, he sure had to go somewhere, so he had to walk off the front porch. Now, if you're trying to insinuate somebody was in my house or
No, I'm
somebody's
not
taking that
insinuating
child outside of
anything.
my house,
No, I'm
say
not
that.
insinuating anything. I'm asking, do you know that he walked out your front door? Do you know?
That he went out the front door?
Or any door?
Is that what you're asking?
Do you know?
Yeah, that's what we're asking.
Okay, thank you. I just need a confirmation. I don't play games here. So just to make this real crystal clear, there's a back door. Every door in the house when Katie got up that morning was locked.
Okay.
Since it's already out there, there's a keypad on the front door. You don't need a key to unlock and lock my front door.
Mm-hmm.
But you need a key to lock every other door. And every other door was locked, folks.
So it
Did,
had
did Katie do that?
Do
Can he
what?
walk out? Did Katie make sure all the other doors were locked? And could have Sebastian just walked out? Could he have walked out the front door?
Every door was locked.
so what you're saying is that the only possibility is the front door. Is that what you're saying?
I am saying the most conceivable way possible that this makes sense is that he walked out the front door.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Did he walk out without his shoes on? Is that what you believe?
My statement earlier is real simple. Sebastian walked out of the house not wearing any shoes.
Could he have been running and scared of something?
Don't know. He could. It's a young boy. It's dark outside. God only knows.
Okay. Now, there is somebody that has been asking to come on, and Gray Hughes, he would like to talk to you. Would you like
You can
him
bring that. You can bring that man on board because I've talked to him. I respect him, and I will talk to him.
Gray, I just sent you the Facebook link, so jump on up. Okay, Gray? I just sent it to your Facebook. So he'll be jumping on here shortly. Stacy, can you keep an eye out because I can't see because of my stupid computer.
Hey, in the meantime, I would like to, since Chris is here and this has become very public, I would like to mention something that we spoke about earlier. Chris and Katie did actually confirm that the clothes that he was wearing at Texas Roadhouse that night were accounted for. And I believe they were the articles of clothing that were used for the scent dog. Am I correct when I say that, Chris?
Yes, those clothes are in the possession of law enforcement.
Great. And so do we know what Sebastian was wearing when he left?
From the house that night?
Yes.
The description is still the same. It hasn't changed from 60 days ago. However, I will say this much. Some of the information that's out on some of these posters and flyers, we have actually requested to have some of that changed, but it hasn't happened. So I'll walk you through what the description actually should be. Sebastian was wearing long black pants. Think of the 1970s style Adidas style pants. You know, had the white stripes down the side. That style of pants on. He had a long sleeve shirt, not a
Okay.
sweatshirt, not a hoodie, a long sleeve shirt. On the front of that shirt is probably one of three depictions: Halloween, Star Wars, or Minecraft.
Okay.
So, Chris, I know that Sebastian didn't have very many pairs of shoes because his feet were growing, and Katie would toss them out pretty quickly after he grew out of them. But is there a reason we can't confirm which shirt if it's just one of three?
I didn't say one of three. I said one of three depictions on a shirt.
Okay, so that's
So
three
there's
different shirts, right?
Say again, I'm sorry.
So I don't know if we're saying the same thing or something different, but are you saying there's three different possible shirts he was wearing? Like he had three different black long sleeve shirts. One had Halloween
No,
on
ma'am.
it. One
No,
had
ma'am. What
Minecraft
I'm
on it.
telling
One
you,
had Star
no,
Wars.
it's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I said he had a long sleeve black shirt on, and on that shirt had one of three depictions. I didn't say he had three. I didn't say anything. I just said one.
okay.
Right,
Can
I'm just confused by how have you not been able to identify which of those three depictions is missing?
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Can you tell me every single shirt in your closet right now and everything that's on your
No,
shirt?
but if I had
Okay,
to
then.
choose between
Right, but
three
wait a
of
minute, wait a minute.
them, if
Well,
I had
hold
to
on a
choose
minute.
between three of them, I could.
You're saying three of them, but I'm
Well,
telling
you
you,
listed three things. I'm just confused.
I listed what could possibly be on the shirt.
Okay, can I jump in and try to interpret a little bit here? Okay, so are you saying that all three of those shirts are not accounted for, or are you saying you don't remember which depiction it was that was on that shirt? Does that make sense? Is that a little bit clearer?
Say it one more time. You broke up.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay, so are you saying that you don't remember what the depiction was? It was one of those three things, or are you saying there are three different shirts with those depictions and all three of those shirts are unaccounted for?
I'm not saying he had three shirts with three different depictions on them. That's not what I said. I'm telling you, I don't know what exactly was on the front of the shirt. Is what
Okay.
I'm telling you.
Okay, so
Sebastian's clothes mostly consist of, if it has a picture on it, one of the three things. Those are his three favorite things.
Got it.
Okay, so
Halloween.
what you're saying is
It's bad because I seen this part with Gray on there, and I don't like him either. And I agree with him on this. I'm agreeing with the narcissist, which is Chris. And I don't want to say horrible things about Chris because I apologize. I don't want to do that. But you know what I mean? Like, aside from all that, you know, and I'm glad Gray's taken, sees what's really going on. It surprises me.
he has,
Minecraft.
multiple Minecraft shirts, multiple Star Wars shirts, multiple Halloween shirts. So it's likely he had a shirt that had one of those things on, but there's not just three of those shirts.
I'm telling you that he had a long sleeve shirt on with one of the three depictions on it. That's it.
okay.
I'm not
Well,
telling you any more shirts. I'm not telling. So
I'm not
I know
trying
what
to
you're
do-
asking.
I'm just trying to understand.
I understand that, but you're asking me if he had three different long sleeve shirts with three different depictions on it. And
No, I
I'm
think I
telling
understand
you,
what you're explaining. Like, so Sebastian had multiple shirts that had a Minecraft graphic on it. Sebastian had multiple shirts that had Halloween. Sebastian had multiple shirts that had Star Wars. I guess maybe several of them were long sleeve and black. So you can't
so
identify.
here, let's just.
Sonia, what do you mean don't apologize, baby? What do you mean? This is a chance for me to stop too and chat y'all in this fair use. I don't offer my opinions. Oh, I stand on it. Even like I stand on a hill alone. You know what I mean? You ain't gonna tell me how I feel. I feel how I feel. And you know what I'm saying, Sonia? I love you, baby. All right, let's continue. But I'm glad Gray is up here. And did you see how Chris was whenever Gray came up? He's like, "Hell yeah, I know this man." Yes.
Let's just make this very simple.
Okay.
He had a long sleeve black shirt on with a picture on the front of it. There
Okay.
you go.
And that obviously is what you got from Katie, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Everybody, Gray Hughes is here, and people are saying, why is Gray here? I will tell you, Gray, I consider Gray someone that I like. Gray helped me in the beginning when I started this. He was very kind to me. I know it's a shock, but he was very sweet.
Shock.
I asked, he knows I'm kidding him. And I asked Chris, is it okay if Gray Hughes comes up? And Chris said yes. So Gray, I'm going to turn it over to you now, please, sir.
Yeah, I just want to say I've talked to Chris, and you know, the way he's sounding right now is exactly how I think I would sound, or anybody else would sound, given the attacks being leveled.
I respect Gray for
when I
this.
talked to him on the phone, we talked on the phone, we've messaged back and forth, but you know, we talked for like an hour one time, and literally went over detail by detail on where the light video was taken. You know, the flashlights. Yeah, exactly where that was filmed. We went over where the dog scented, and all, and I kept sending him the map, and he would show me the route and everything. And it was like, to me, he seems like somebody who's literally out there trying to figure something out. I know my opinion isn't like all the rest of the people out there.
Sorry for my dog barking, but did you hear Gray said that the route that him and Chris went over the route that the dogs was on? I've also heard I've heard Chris, his voice on the phone with someone telling that too. Chris's story has not changed. The dogs did hit and went on for a long time, and people no, the dogs didn't hit this or that. Equisearch has searched like 40 some properties and shit, and like that's all I keep telling, but you don't know what they're doing. But I respect Gray for this, and I don't even.
I mean, I've never seen anything like this. So much of them, and literally went over detail by detail. The way he's sounding right now is exactly how I think I would sound, or anybody else would sound, given the attacks being leveled. When I talked to him on the phone, we talked on the phone, we've messaged back and forth, but you know, we talked for like an hour one time, and literally went over detail by detail on where the light video was taken. You know, the flashlights. You know, exactly where that was filmed. We went over where the dog scented, and all, and I kept sending him the map, and he would show me the route and everything. And it was like, to me, he seems like somebody who's literally out there trying to figure something out. I know my opinion isn't like all the rest of the people out there. I mean, I've never seen anything like this. It kind of reminds me of like remember the Chloe, was it Chloe? Yeah, Chloe Smith in Australia, the two parents that were sitting there and they just didn't look quite right, and everybody blamed them for the
Cleo, Gray, Cleo.
It turns out it was literally somebody abducted the child out of the tent.
Right.
I mean, there's just some Australian isn't like all the rest of the people out there. I mean, I've never seen anything like this. It kind of reminds me of like remember the Chloe, was it Chloe? Yeah, Chloe Smith in Australia, the two parents that were sitting there and they just didn't look quite right, and everybody blamed them for the abduction out of a tent, and it turns out it was literally somebody abducted the child out of the tent.
Right.
I mean, there's just so many cases like this, and all I'm saying is when I've talked to Chris Proudfoot, I have never seen anything that he said in any of the interviews where I went, wow, this guy, wow, he must have something to do with it. I actually look at him and think, man, I would feel the same way if from day one the entire community hated me and I never got the same love that Seth got. Seth was absolutely admired by everybody like he was God or something.
Let me explain why. And I agree. I think that's exactly how you would sound.
I'm really proud of Gray on this because he's like being serious about this. You know, he's not really doing his normal things that he does, and we got to stick up to we got to stand up, y'all. If you have a platform, or you know someone that does, ask them to please stand up for what's right in this, please. I love Gray. He went up there. I do, and I don't like him, but I'm glad he's doing this.
Never got the same love that Seth got. Seth was absolutely admired by everybody like he was God or something.
Let me explain why. And I agree. I think that's exactly how you would sound, Gray. Exactly. There's no question. But let me explain why. Okay. Again, social media is here to stay. We need to learn this. When anybody comes on and they are aggressive and insulting, it blows up like wildfire. And you're asking public for help, but you are condemning the public because of a handful of jerks, and that causes problems. I haven't
for the record, ma'am, I have not in the past gone onto a show and been a jerk and ridiculed the public and said a bunch of hateful things and inappropriate things. I have not done that. So
He's telling the
I'm
truth.
sorry that folks are upset that day one, Katie and I were not on TV or on YouTube
Nobody
expressing
expects that.
everything. Well, you say that, but as you said, social media is here to stay. So with
Absolutely.
that being in mind, you're one, and there are millions out there that think otherwise.
I would
So
never, I would never
didn't say you.
expect you to come on.
But
I'm not saying you.
I think the way he was just talking a minute ago,
Damn it, Gray, why'd you have to put your hands behind your head? I've already called that out. Chris Watts and Seth done that. Watch him. That's funny you done that, though. It's kind of ironic, actually.
You're one, and there are millions out there that think otherwise.
I would never,
So
I would never
didn't say
expect
you.
you to come on.
but I
I'm
think
not
the way,
saying you.
I think the way he was just talking a minute ago, to me, it sounded normal, given the fact that the 90% of the chat is just trashing him.
No, that's not
Nikki,
true. That is not
hey.
true. We are
I
kicking
can see,
people
I
out.
can see it right now. No, I know you're kicking him out, but I keep seeing comment after comment after comment after comment that are really suspicious and like,
Yeah,
oh,
Gray,
you're
just
calling him.
close the chat. I'm not
Yeah,
even
like
looking
you,
at it.
I'm just
you
trying to
had
be
somebody in the chat that literally asked the question, was Katie arrested at 19 for an incident? Like, I'm sorry.
Oh,
But once
I
again,
know.
this goes right back to
Semantics and
I
none
get
of
what
that has
that is.
anything to do with Sebastian.
Okay.
Yeah,
No, I'm not trying to create anything.
I know you're not, Gray.
I'm
I
just
know.
trying to say that I absolutely understand how he's feeling. And I know out there they go, oh, look, he's soothing Chris's ego. I listen, I've talked to him late night on a phone. He's just a normal dude trying to figure something out. That's how he sounds like. Now he's on here with I've seen him on shows. Remember at the beginning, him and his wife would go on shows and they were totally calm, talking, and they were normal, but everybody dissected every single word that they said, and everybody came up with a negative meaning for every single
Well,
thing they
let
said.
me tell you what happened. I can explain. Let me tell you. Chris, when you went on and talked about hitting Sebastian with a belt and kind of, just chuckling about it and how the social services or child protective services came to your door and apologized to you, that got people upset. It got people.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to stop that right there because I want to play something. Just showing the one-sided bullshit here. And this has turned out to be 100% true.
This matter is involving Sebastian Rogers' mother and father, Katie Proudfoot, and Seth Rogers. From the San Diego County Sheriff's Department, receipt and notice of confiscation of weapons. The weapons seized were relinquished pursuant to Penal Code 29625D and will be retained by the Sheriff's Department until the protective order is no longer in effect. You may contact the Property Evidence Unit Gun Desk at 858-467-4406 with any questions. In the matter of Rogers, I, Seth Rogers, declare that I am the respondent in the above captioned matter and have personal knowledge of each fact set forth in this declaration. If called as a witness, I could and would competently testify within the bounds hereto. Petitioner Katie L. Rogers, herein referred to as Katie, and I were married on June 21st, 2008, and still reside together. We have been married for 8 years and 3 months. We have one child together, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, hereinafter referred to as Sebastian, born December 7th, 2008. On or about August 29th, 2016, Katie obtained a temporary restraining order against me and had me removed from our marital residence. She listed Sebastian as a protected party and obtained a child custody order through the TRO, forbidding me to see him. There is a permanent domestic violence restraining order, hearing set for September 16th, 2016, before this court. Since being served with the DVTRO, I have not violated the DVTRO and have had no impermissible contact with either petitioner or our son. On August 29, 2016, and September 8, 2016, I turned in the firearms I was in legal possession of to the San Diego County Sheriff's Office. Attached hereto as Exhibit A are true and correct copies of the receipts and notices of confiscation. I have abided by the terms of the DVTRO, even though Katie's actions rendered me homeless. Request. Katie's request for a restraining order is based upon the following. I was highly aggressive in my mannerisms and I cursed and yelled at her, not a basis for a restraining order under the facts. I was very angry, yelling at our son, and our son said, "Daddy hit me." Not a basis for a restraining order under the facts, as I never hit him. I have yelled at her and our son and slammed a door, breaking it. Not a basis for restraining order under the facts. Generic allegations of temper issues, false and not a basis for restraining.
Fuck, hold on. Was that not Sharon the whole time? What the hell happened here? Okay. Hold on, we're gonna go back to that. I don't know what the hell happened. I just quit sharing.
Incident of August 28, 2016. In her request for DVRO, Katie claims that on August 28, 2016, I was being highly aggressive in my mannerisms and verbally watching her in her sleep. And I yelled at her because she is not willing to beat her son. This is not true. And even if it was, it would not be the basis for a DVRO. What actually happened on this day is that I was having a difficult time with our son. He refused to do anything I asked of him. I asked him to clean his room and he replied no, and that he didn't have to listen to me or do anything I asked him to do. And he told me I should apologize for asking him to clean his room. I attempted to appropriately discipline him by sternly telling him that under no circumstances should he ever speak to any adult, let alone his mother or father, the way he spoke to me. After this, Sebastian ran downstairs to Katie, jumped in her lap, and started saying he hated me and that he wished I would leave and never come back. After Sebastian seemed to calm down a bit, Katie got up from the chair she was in and walked outside. And Sebastian approached me and told me he loved me and wanted to live with me after all. After this incident, I was very upset, but I was never violent in any way. Our neighbor was in the house and she said something about being uncomfortable. I told our neighbor I was going to just get some coffee and go outside to be alone. When I did, our neighbor followed me outside and asked me what was wrong. I told her how I was feeling and asked her to just let me calm myself down and compose myself. At no point did I act violently toward her or anyone else in the house, and I never yelled at Katie because she wouldn't beat on our son. There was never any violence, nor was there any threat of violence. Incident of August 22nd, 2016. In her request for DVRO, Katie claims that on August 22nd, 2016, I was being belligerent and yelling at her and our son. This is not true, and even if it was, it would not be the basis for a DVRO. What actually happened on this day was that Katie and I were arguing about how we were going to proceed with our divorce. Our divorce has been filed, and we were still residing in the same house, which created a tense situation. Although we argued, I never once acted violently, and never once did I encourage her to beat on our son, as she alleges in her pleadings. During our argument, I left the residence and slammed a door, but her claim that I broke the door is false. The door was already broken before I slammed it. Again, there was never any violence, nor was there any threat of violence. Incident of August 11, 2016. In her request for DVRO, Katie claims that on August 11, 2016, I was angry at our son and that our son told her that I hit him. The truth is that I never put a hand on our son. Our son suffers from a rare condition called 6q27 chromosomal deletion syndrome. Among the symptoms he suffers from are incidents of acting out, where he hits and bites himself out of frustration.
Hey, y'all, this is Seth's deposition to Katie trying to get a lifetime restraining order against him. Now, I'm not positive, but I believe that's why Katie isn't the one speaking and not getting on. And I hope she does have a lifetime restraining order against him. It says something about it was lying about him beating on his son. That has been verified to be 100% absolutely true that he did. Here, and I want to show this. Just a second.
In school, Seth kind of, slapped him in
He
his
did.
noggin, and so that
He did. Katie was
yeah,
not there. She was actually out to sea, and he got called to the school because Sebastian was having behavior issues, and he went to the principal's office, and in there, Sebastian was, of course, having one of his breakdowns, which that can happen because sometimes they become easily agitated.
right.
Everyone is very different. When you're talking about the spectrum, that's why there is a spectrum. And that's when Katie got the call because Seth did slap him in the back of the head in front of the principal, and they were the ones that actually reported that to CPS, not Katie.
Thank you, Dutch, because in school, Seth kind of, slapped him in
He
his
did.
noggin, and so that
He did. Katie was
yeah,
not there. She was actually out to sea, and he got called to the school because Sebastian was having behavior issues, and he went to the principal's office, and in there, Sebastian was, of course, having one of his breakdowns, which that can happen because sometimes they become easily agitated.
right.
Everyone is very different. When you're talking about the spectrum, that's why there is a spectrum. And that's when Katie got the call because Seth did slap him in the back of the head in front of the principal, and they were the ones that actually reported that to CPS, not Katie.
Thank you, Dutch, because in school, Seth kind of, slapped you.
Okay. Hey, Mike. Hey, welcome everybody back. Sonia, right, especially when a child has fluid on their brain and it could kill them, literally. Okay, let's finish listening to this. But that's what Seth's talking about in this, that he didn't hit his child, but it's documented it through CPS. Come on.
The truth is that I never put a hand on our son. Our son suffers from a rare condition called 6q27 chromosome. There was never any violence, nor was there any threat of violence. Incident of August 11, 2016. In her request for DVRO, Katie claims that on August 11, 2016, I was angry at our son and that our son told her that I hit him. The truth is that I never put a hand on our son. Our son suffers from a rare condition called 6q27 chromosomal deletion syndrome. Among the symptoms he suffers from are incidents of acting out, where he hits and bites himself out of frustration. He has been known to throw himself to the ground during these incidents. This is a very common thing for him, and others have witnessed him doing this. I have filed herewith declarations from some of these witnesses. On August 11, 2016, Sebastian suffered from an episode in which he hurt himself out of frustration. I had told him that day if
Okay, let's see here.
he cleaned his room, he could go swimming.
Okay, let's see. I'm going. Where was this? I seen that right here. Island, they do know this. They absolutely know this right here, and they sweep it under the rug. How is that fair and right? Seth should be in jail for what he done here. That's abuse. They do know. This is why I'm preaching so hard. If a creator or anybody, if you can make a video and put on your channel, even if you got a little bitty channel, big channel, I mean, it don't matter. YouTube, Facebook, TikTok. Use your platform to stand up for the truth through this. It's not right. We got to be the change, you all. Oh, Island, they absolutely know it. When these documents come out, they all had them. They know it. And they're ignoring it because Seth makes them money. The truth don't make them any money. They know it 100%. They're trying to say this is fake when it's been vetted to be real. Someone foiled or whatever their divorce stuff and got all these. This is, and Katie's verified this is real. And they're trying to say it's fake. So you just sweep it under the rug that Seth hit him in the head right in front of everybody and the principal. You know? They do know it. And they're fucking, they would never mess up their money train. Choo choo.
Asked him if his room was clean, and he replied that it wasn't. I told him he couldn't go swimming until it was clean. Sebastian reacted by flying into a rage, screaming and hitting himself, biting himself, and trying to throw himself on the floor. I reached out to catch him before his head hit the door frame. At no time did I ever hit him or display any violent actions to him at all. Here it skips straight to 20. So you will see that there is one page missing. I do not have that page. It was not provided to me, so I am not able to read that to you. Katie's real response for filing her DVRO request. I believe Katie only filed this request for DVRO in order to gain a tactical advantage in our divorce, and specifically to get me kicked out of our marital residence. As stated above, our living situation was quite stressful as we were going through the divorce process while living together. However, I believe Katie knew she could not remove me from the home without staging a domestic violence incident. This was totally unnecessary, as I know that we cannot live together any longer, and I am willing to move out without a court order to do so. Also, I know that she did not want me to have equal custody of Sebastian, so the DVRO is also an attempt to
I don't blame
ensure
her.
that I do not see our son. Attorney's fees. Katie requests the court order me to pay her attorney fees, but this is simply not possible. There is a vast discrepancy in income in this case. I have not worked in some time, as have been a stay-at-home dad. Katie is an E5 in the Navy and earns substantial base pay and allowances as reflected in her leave and earnings statement. She earns significantly more than I do, as reflected in our income and expense declarations. For that reason, and for the reason that Katie's request for a DVRO is baseless, meritless, and unnecessary, I request the court deny her request for attorney fees and instead order her to pay my attorney fees and costs associated with having to defend myself against her completely false accusations. Conclusion: Katie and Sebastian have no reason to fear me. I have never harmed, harassed, or threatened them. Katie's request for a DVRO is simply a tactic she is using to try to get me kicked out of the marital residence and cease my contact with our son. I respectfully request the court deny her request in full. I also request the court order Katie to pay my reasonable attorney fees to defend against her false accusation. Others. This is Sebastian Rogers' mother's sworn statement regarding Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father. Since
This is
returning from
Katie's side.
deployment in December, I have witnessed a multitude of events from Seth. I have seen him hit Sebastian in the head, neck, and back. I have witnessed him, when taking his anger out on Sebastian, grab him with both hands, lift his entire body up, and slam him down, then proceed to beat him. He has on many cases whipped him with a belt, not paying attention to where he was hitting because he was so angry. My neighbors informed me that during my duty days, they have seen Sebastian on multiple occasions coming outside the house, crying and looking for his dad because he had been gone for long periods of time and didn't know where he was. They have told my son to go inside and lock the door when this occurred. Seth will, on a regular basis, just walk into the living room and get naked, not caring that Sebastian is in the area and sees this. On several occasions, when Sebastian expressed stress or anxiety about our separation or his daddy's anger, he would respond by telling Sebastian that this is all because mommy doesn't want to love daddy anymore. By the second week of school, the teachers had already requested that the principal be
Hey,
present
Ro.
anytime that Seth were due to him, making them uncomfortable. When we went to the school to meet his teacher before the school year had started, we had just finished explaining about Sebastian's diagnosis and about the fluid on his brain, and he did something to irritate his father, who then responded by hitting him in the head in front of his teacher. And when I addressed him about it and told him he cannot do that and cannot keep doing that because it is wrong, he told me it wasn't that hard and is fine, and people need to stop telling him how to raise his son. I found out when I took the
Raise his
restraining
son
order
4 days
to
a
the
week.
school that they had contacted CPS, Child Protective Services, 1 week prior. The social worker and myself have seen behaviors from my son, such as waking up screaming and kicking in the middle of the night with terrors, fear of making a mistake for fear that daddy will beat him. He had an accident at school where he wet his pants and was terrified for daddy to find out. He is displaying aggressive behaviors that mirror what his father says and does. I have reached out to his doctor and am requesting assistance with therapy for PTSD in light of the child abuse and to help my son recover from this. I have spoken to his doctor and a referral is in place for therapy to start as soon as possible to help him with this transition and to cope and recover from the trauma that he has been through. Seth has been monitoring all of my phone calls and not allowing me to speak with anyone, including my family, without listening. And he has been monitoring every text and call that I make to patronize me and keep me from telling people exactly what has been going on, hovering over every call that I make. On June 5th, 2016, Seth was very angry and belligerent. He stormed out of the house and got into that Chevy Cruze and peeled tires out of the parking lot. Approximately 30 minutes, give or take later, he came back, pulling in crooked and fast, jumped out of the car and ran inside the house, looking for his gun, stating that he was going to kill that blank. My neighbor was over at the time and took a recording of him during that time. I responded that if he took his gun and tried to kill someone, he would wind up in jail, and that he could not do that. My neighbor went outside with him and spoke to him, where he stated that someone followed him and threw a soda at the car. Soda was all over the outside and inside of the car, and pulled him out of the car through the driver's side window and punched him in the face. He said he did nothing to provoke this and refused to make a police report after being repeatedly advised to call the police and make an incident report. He did not have markings, but was exaggerating his limp for approximately 5 minutes before walking normally again. I have also received multiple complaints at various times throughout the last 4 to 6 months from neighbors that he makes them feel uncomfortable because he is standing out front, confronting everyone when they come home or watching them. My neighbor in unit blank is in the process of adopting, and they have persons coming to their house on a regular basis. I caught Seth approximately 1 month ago confronting the gentleman because he parked in a spot and telling him he doesn't care who the F he is, and if he does it again, he'll take action to have his car towed or beat his ass. This was to a social worker there to check their home, and he knew it. Attached are pictures of our son with marks left by the respondent, which are not going to be shown here, nor do I have them. I certify under penalty or perjury under the laws of the state of California that the foregoing is true and correct. And this is signed Sebastian's mother, Katie Rogers. This has been verified by Katie Rogers. This information is accurate, true, and correct.
Kim, this is the first time that I've heard of her whenever I watch Justice Light. Uh, I could share the link to that. That's not me talking. That's Tiffany Marie. I don't care how anybody feels about her, but she's on the good fight for Sebastian like us. Um, I will tag that. If you could like tag it, I guess I could tag her. I don't know. Where did that go? I just had it. Oh, there's so much. Just I'm proud. I'm proud of her for doing this. I asked her to use her platform. And she didn't hesitate. And I don't even. Well, I can't say I don't like her now because honestly, I don't even really know why I didn't like her to begin with. But she knew that. But we worked together. We put our egos aside, and we kind of made a little difference. And I'm so happy for that. You know. Okay, here I will get. Let me get the link here. But she's done a fantastic job. I don't care how anybody feels about her. Here's the link to the video we just watched that has that in there. I'm Kim. And let's see here. 60 Minutes is on it. Thank you, Knowledge. Good to see you, love. I know shit. I wish Katie and Chris would press charges on every one of these motherfuckers. Me and Tiffany have been working together on this, you know, to get this, and we done a really good job working together. And that don't mean we gotta be best buds or none or whatever, but I will work with anyone that can use their platform to help find Sebastian and get the truth, you know. Because Seth makes some money. Right, it's not about Sebastian at all. This is a scorned ex-husband trying to get. I'm sorry, y'all, but I wouldn't be surprised if Seth kidnapped him and got him hiding somewhere. Look at the Michael Long case, if anyone hasn't done it. Sophie Long. We had a whole little community during that. That's why, like, Queen Bee and all of us, y'all have heard me say that, we're all OGs from that community. Annie Elise was in it. Claire. And he kidnapped his daughter. He raised $250 thousand on GoFundMe. That's not counting Cash Apps, wish list, and all that. Same like this. And kidnapped Nightbot. I don't care. Let her. I don't care. She's irrelevant to me. This is about Sebastian. Someone remove that, and I don't care. Let her. I said I will stand up for the truth even if I'm fucking standing alone. Got that? I am part of Sebastian's voice. She don't want to get me started, and she knows it. But let her talk, because I promise you, she's irrelevant. Don't come in here derailing my chat ever again. Nightbot.
Right. Let's clear that real quick.
And let me tell you, Chris, when you went on and talked about hitting Sebastian with a belt and kind of, just chuckling about it and how the social services or child protective services came to your door and apologized to you, that got people upset. It got people.
But right. Let's clear that real quick.
Okay.
That needs to be cleared up, because what was said and what people heard are two totally different things.
I heard you say you hit him with a belt.
Okay, so let me finish, because that's the problem. When I go to make the statement, people want to interrupt and try to say, well, this and that. No, you wanted the answer. I'm giving you the answer.
Oh, hold on. I missed saying hi to someone. I'm sorry. Where's that at again? Where did I see her? I think Yvonne said these cases are heartbreaking. Thank you for covering this. Take care. I don't know if you're still in here, and I'm so sorry. Y'all got caught mouth like a motherfucker. I just smoked a big J, but I'm sorry I missed your comment. I just seen it now, and thank you for being here.
Now, when I answered that question, I told people Sebastian got a spanking. He got one lick on his butt outside of his clothes. If somebody can tell me how that's abuse to a child, explain to me.
Can you confirm when that happened?
I don't. That was years ago.
I got spanked by a belt and wooden spoon by my mom for years.
So, but let's not sidetrack. Let's not sidetrack. Let's stay on board. Okay. So the question about the CPS thing that came up to play that everybody wants to tie to this belt is not what it was.
Okay.
Well, I think it was confusing because when you initially talked about it, you referred to him as an embarrassed 15-year-old. So
Yes, you did.
like it was years ago.
We thought it was like right recently.
Well, instead of
So let's
asking
clear it
more
up.
clarification,
Let's clear it
that
up.
should have been. So, as it stands, Sebastian went to school one day. He made a statement to a teacher. The teacher reports it to CPS. CPS comes to the house. That case has nothing to do with Sebastian getting spanked. That had everything to do with Sebastian didn't like being in trouble. So he thought by reporting it to a teacher, they were going to come to the house and they're going to take me out of the house and do this and do that. That is what the CPS case was about. And yes, I laughed at it because when I explained to Sebastian, very detailed, what happened, he thought it was a joke. When the CPS lady shows up and looks at him and says, Sebastian, you can't false report. That will get people in trouble and you can get in trouble. And then she explained to him what happens.
What did he say you did to him?
Can I ask you, what does that have to do with the price of eggs in China when it comes to the disappearance of Sebastian?
Because I'll tell you why. Because you're wondering why people are coming at you. And it's
yes,
because he was in your home last. That was the last place he was seen.
Yes,
so
he was.
When we hear these things, it's like, okay, let's just clear it up and see what happens. Because I'll tell you why. Because people, I'm not saying me, but I've seen people say, hey, he was hitting his child. He reported it to his teacher. Did something happen? Was there an explosive incident that happened?
No, absolutely nothing of that nature.
Okay.
And for people to not understand, when you discipline a child, there's a difference in discipline and abuse. There truly is a difference.
But I think hitting anybody with a belt is abuse. I'm sorry, I do. And a lot of people agree with me, and that's the problem.
And
so
guess
we have
what?
A
That's the
opinion.
great thing. That's the great thing about having your opinion.
Yeah.
Hey, Yvonne, did you hear what I said to you a while ago? I hope you did. I'm sorry I missed your comment. I really am. I really just try to acknowledge everybody, you know, because that's, you got to, man. I come from the South. I wave at everybody I cross, like in a one lane road, you know, you cross and you wave to them. Standing in front to but like, so you wave to people going down the road. And, right, they both have solid alibis. They have solid alibis. There is not 1 ounce of abuse from Katie. And the last person that was seen with them is not always fucking guilty. I believe this little boy was abducted, or he went outside, wandered off, and got lost somewhere. Knowledge is power. I do too. You know, I grew up in Southern Kentucky. My daddy is from Southern Alabama, and that's what I said. People want to make fun of people for being Southern and stuff, and they think we're dumb. I might do some dumb shit, but it's a different world, different morals, you know, and what paper, Selena, baby? His coworkers claims, really? All while Seth is falling asleep during one of the most important moments in his child's disappearance. And Chris passed his. And that has been announced. Why the fuck would you not prepare for one of the most important moments of your child's disappearance after you've been nagging Chris for weeks because he wouldn't take a Polly and you fucking fall asleep? Oh, while Seth is trying to hide this secret where he hit Sebastian in the head with water all over his brain in front of the principal that has been documented. And y'all sweep that under the rug? Makes sense, don't it? Uh-huh. Yeah, where's the coworker? I want to see the video of the coworker stuff. I need some proof on that. Right. I love my heritage, Ro, I do. And I'm not ashamed of it. You know, people think I am hillbilly as fuck. I really am. I'm not like Ernie Shell hillbilly. You know, I don't come from the cousin fuckers and all that side of the Kentucky, but I had a fucking amazing childhood. I grew up on love and morals and never start a fight you can't finish. And never meet a stranger and you help anybody. Family sticks together no matter what. You know. I still want to know where it is about the coworker. You were scared. Well, good to see you, Yvonne. Shit, sorry, I dropped fucking ashes. I have been following the case, Jason, and what, you think I'm done? I might not have no book sense, but I guarantee you I fucking got street sense. I got the sense that matters, and I got a very good fucking common sense. And I'm psycho, and they say psychos are very intelligent. It's kind of true, and I'm not just bragging on myself, but a lot of people like that with mental issues and stuff are very fucking smart and intelligent. You really just fucking listen. Thick and thin. Okay, yep. I want to see proof. Chris doesn't have a solid alibi. We don't know what he has or what any of them has, except for what Father of the Year Seth has said and shit. I want proof that any of them has a solid alibi. 'Cause we ain't seen that no Chris either. Seth. Ain't gonna believe anything Seth says. He beat his son in the head that has water on his fucking brain that could have killed him. Why are you all sweeping this under the rug? I don't fucking get it. Especially some of you are mothers. Hillbilly and proud. I am. Have you ever there's a book and movie, Hillbilly Elegy. It's on Netflix. Good watch. Yeah, I want to know this. I'm not doing this bullshit. If you can't tell me that, then shut the fuck up. We are Team Sebastian over here. I am Sebastian's voice. We are. Sebastian's voice. We are here for Sebastian. We're not picking a side. We're Sebastian's side and calling out this bullshit. Seth is using his son for money. And it's obvious. I've been through this with cases. This ain't my first fucking rodeo. And you keep on, you better hope you have some fucking lube, because I'm about to get your ass, motherfucker. You ain't gonna come in here and fucking do this to these parents. No fucking way. I'm standing on my fucking ground and I'm fucking saying it with my chest. I absolutely agree, Kim. I do. Book sense are fucking idiots because they have no common sense. Me too, Sonia, and that's what this is about. This is the fight for me for Sebastian, and thank you all for being here and helping me. And there's many others, and y'all, come on, we got to get up. You got a platform, use it. Please put this out there. Put a, even if it's just posting a picture of Sebastian every day, anything. Come on, y'all, we got to do this, and we got to stop these fucking motherfuckers making money off of this. All right, let's continue. And I was so proud of Chris in this. Everybody's like, oh, his anger. I would, oh my God, if that was me, y'all think he was angry? Oh, Lord. Because let me tell you something, honey. When that hillbilly comes out, I don't fucking stop. I'll hurt you fucking feelings quick. I know where to get you. Say it with your chest, player. Facts. With your whole fucking chest. There's, Mike, there's allegedly a $3,500 reward, but nobody seems to be able to find a way to donate to it. $3,500. Got to be fucking kidding me. While Chris is out here donating money to get some billboards up of Seth. Not Seth, Sebastian. Chris Proudfoot is sending money to people and these companies and stuff getting billboards out there. That's facts. Document it. I think Seth and Chris both had a solid alibi, in my opinion. And honestly, I don't think none of them are responsible for what happened. None of them. I think they're all innocent on whatever has happened with Sebastian. I do. But do you know how dangerous it is what is going on, how people are doing Katie and Chris? It's very fucking dangerous, you all. Look, in the Michael Long, Sophie Long case, the father coached his daughter, his 19-year-old daughter, into believing she was essayed by her mother and stepfather. They made like a skit video thing of her crying in a car, screaming she didn't want to go home because her mommy and stepdad abused her. I was in it, caught all of our heartstrings, you know. And then I got to watching, you know, and I was like, something's off here. And people started talking, and people noticed that he was full of shit, that he was coaching this little girl, and it was all lies. Well, him, Annie Elise, Dad Challenge podcast, the Glare, all them, you know, they had this GoFundMe. Michael did, the dad. It got up to $256,000. That's not counting Amazon wish list, Venmo, and all that. And Sophie's mother, Kelly, had to move out of her home where she raised her kids because of their absent piece of shit father. They fucking sent an army, literally, people with guns after Sophie's mother because they had this whole hate mob convinced that the girl's mother's stepfather was abusing her sexually and shit. And poor little Sophie believed it. Well, shit finally started getting done and they pressed charges and they went to arrest him because he wouldn't go to court dates because he was planning something else. Well, they went to arrest him one day, he was gone, and so was Sophie. He kidnapped her. Took her to Arizona, took months for him to locate him. Well, he knew that they were hot on his trail. He kidnapped her, took her to Mexico. He got arrested, he got caught. He's still in jail. He incited a mob to go after the mother of his children with guns. And there's proof of that because they were on live streams. And then the Cleo Smith case, another example. It's not always the last person they were with. Yes, I think FBI has been involved, yes. That little boy got lured out by gamers or something, or he went outside and just got lost. I mean, I don't believe any of the parents done anything to him. Knowledge, because he's not working, that's excuse. He hasn't been working. His GoFundMe is up to $25,000. He has Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, a wish list from Amazon. He has people giving him cash in person, paying for his hotel rooms. But there's no proof he's been out there working, searching, hanging flyers or anything. Nothing. No, they won't show us that proof. Hey, Teresa. Granny bonding now. I'm lost, Kim, honey. I'm sorry. I'm a little stoned too, but yeah, I'm lost, Selena. I'm like, what is that? Granny bonding now. What is she talking about? That don't go with nothing I've said, has it? Right, Kim. Right. What kids don't have nobody though? I'm totally lost. I have no idea what you're talking about. Miss Pay, yeah. But who's running? Who's still? That's a totally different case. I'm not trying to get sidetracked with that knowledge. I love you, but no, I'm not getting sidetracked. I know what you're talking about now. That's for a different time. This is for Sebastian. I'm sorry.
Yes.
That's an opinion. That's not a fact. That's opinion.
Okay. I think a belt is abuse, but that's my again.
Well,
That is
if I was leaving bruises and marks on a child, that's abuse. That would be considered abuse.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
So by definition,
that's weird.
That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. You can say your opinion, and that is fine, but you have to back it up and say what I'm stating is just an opinion. There's no fact to it. When you don't say that, you leave it open to interpretation for a lot of people to take it and run with it. That was a lot of the problems with this.
And there will be people, I can get people from CPS that will say hitting a child with a belt is an abuse. But here's the thing, you're right. That doesn't have anything to do necessarily with Sebastian and his disappearance. But what it does is it creates a narrative in people's minds that we need to clear up and change, Chris. We need to clear it up and change it. Okay?
Just
So
like
let's do
Seth
that.
did.
Let's,
So we
and
just
that,
did.
okay. If now you did go on Nancy Grace and say that CPS has never been called. And a
No,
lot
that's not. No. Nope.
Okay, that's what I heard. What did you say?
She asked the question about a situation, and she asked me if I had ever had CPS called on me. I believe is what the question was. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't exactly know what the question was without hearing it again. So I'm
Okay.
not going to answer you with something without having it in front of you.
Okay, that's fair. That's very fair. Very fair. And so let's move on. Okay, so nothing came of that from you hitting him with a belt. Has there ever been any, and people are going to ask, has there ever been any violence in your home as far as Sebastian is concerned?
No.
Okay, now Gray asked, why is Seth being treated so different? Because of how Chris came on and became so angry and did what you did tonight, Chris. You've done this before, and I think that's why, and Seth didn't. And I think that's the difference.
Right, because I don't feed out of people's hands. I don't feed into what people think. I don't, and once again, that's the difference.
But how about just saying thank you to the people that want to help you?
Okay, well, that's simple. There's a difference in me saying thank you to everyone, which if you go back and listen to every single interview I have done, I have told everybody, thank you for everything that you have done. There's not enough thank you in this world. We can't begin to describe how much we appreciate it. I have said this.
Mm-hmm.
Go back to one video and show me where I haven't. I've also said that our family prays for everybody else, and we love you all, regardless of what you think. But you know what? Once again,
yeah. I think when his first interview, you got to admit, his first few interviews were really calm. The one on, can't remember the names of their channels, but like, you know, he was on multiple channels, calmly talking. Both of them were. And yet the public was already angry with him before he became angry on a show because that was definitely later. You got to admit, like his first 3 or 4, both of them.
And I can tell you why. Because he said he hit Sebastian with a belt. That made people angry.
Which interview was that?
It was the very first one I heard. With I can't remember.
Smiley stories.
Yes,
I can try to pull up a transcript at some point.
Yes, it was on the Smiley story. Yes,
that one.
Okay,
but
yeah,
once
I mean,
again,
but here's the thing: there is a perception. See, look at
there you go.
I just want to say this. When I was growing up, my mom spanked me with a belt, wooden spoon, everything, and she's the greatest mom I've ever. I mean, like, just awesome. I didn't ever feel like it was abuse. Things have changed though over time. Like nowadays, it's considered abuse, and maybe that sort of is affecting how our society has changed quite a bit. But but the thing is it used to be totally normal, and it is still sort of normal in some families. As long, if you're not sitting there just wailing away for hours, like creating the bruises, like Chris was saying, it's just sort of. I mean, I think it's sort of normal for a lot of people in society. It might not be for some people, but I think I don't know. I think if you took a poll and people were off, not in this particular chat right here, it wouldn't be as high as you might think. It's not going to be 99% of the people. It'd be like 50-50 on whether or not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a little bit anecdotal.
But once again,
could we talk about the thud that Katie heard?
Yes, that's a good one. Let's talk about the thud. And I apologize. I had your name spelled wrong. Everybody that knows me, Chris, knows I'm the worst speller in the world. And I thought I put Proudfoot, and I didn't.
About spelling.
So I apologize.
Speller either. So
I do apologize for that, sir.
I put Proud Food one time when I wrote it.
Yeah. So I've been called Bradford, Proud Food, Brownfoot, all kinds of stuff.
So sorry.
Really,
I thought I put Proudfoot. Let's talk about the thud. I want to know about that. Chris, please tell us.
Okay. What do you want to know?
Well, tell us the whole story. What did Katie tell you about the thud? What is the story behind that?
If Katie's there, maybe she could tell us.
Does she want to come on?
No.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's absolutely fine.
Because it's like this. People, it's enough as it is. I'm not putting her through this. And I'm sure that right there is going to cause a big stir and say, well, I'm controlling. No, I'm not controlling. I'm a husband who protects his wife.
you will only get polite
But
questions here. So,
let's go back to the Sebastian deal.
okay.
Okay. Katie reported she heard a thud. And that's it.
But didn't
Told him to
she
knock her
ask?
off and
No,
go to
I've
bed.
seen different reports of she heard a thud. She said, "I don't know what you're doing in there, but you need to go to bed." I've seen other reports that Sebastian responded back to her. If he did respond back to her, do you know what he said?
Yeah, he replied, "Yes, ma'am."
Okay.
I mean,
No, I mean, we're clearing things up.
right.
That's all this is. Let's just clear it up. You know.
There was a noise. Katie heard it. She responded. Sebastian answered.
Okay. And see, people out there, they want to help, and it feels like that you just are like that pissed you off that we even asked that. You know.
You know
and
what pisses me off is when the statement is out there. There was a thud. She asked him what, he responded back and moving on.
And around what time was that?
I'm not going to give you details as far as.
I mean, Katie gave details, but
Well, guess what? That is Katie. I'm not giving you those kind of details.
No, she gave details publicly.
That is fine.
Okay.
Katie can give you that. I am not giving you that information. I will tell you this. It was between the time we were on the phone to the time we got off the phone. That's what I'll give you. That's it.
Has Sebastian ever left the house barefoot that you know of?
Has Sebastian gone outside of the house barefooted? Yes. Before, has he ran off? No.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's how you were asking it, but
no, I'm glad
that answered it.
That's perfect. No, that's great. And again, I swear to you, Chris, we're not trying to be hostile. In fact, I've spoken on this live channel before and said, if Chris ever came here, we would treat him with total respect and honesty. And I really am trying to help, because I want people to get behind you and Katie, Chris, because I want people to help find Sebastian. And it's just such a bizarre thing. I mean,
it's a bizarre case. Yes, it very much so is.
And so Sebastian leaves, but he's not on anybody's camera. Is that what the police have said? Or are you allowed to say?
I can't go into details on that, but here's what I will tell you that's public. Our subdivision is very dark.
Mm-hmm.
There's no street lights in the subdivision whatsoever. If you go online, Google it, whatever, you'll see that there's absolutely no street lights in the subdivision. None.
Right.
If is there a possibility that some cameras may not pick up somebody walking in front of them because how dark it is? Yes.
That would be the only thing that would make sense, really.
Right. So
well, he even told me, I remember when he told me that, like, even some detectives didn't show up on the cameras.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Yeah. That makes perfect sense then, because that's been driving everybody crazy. But if it's so dark,
and I know, and it's hard for it, trust me, for everyone out there that, cameras will pick up and all this. No, I promise you, not all cameras have the best quality as, the stuff that you see on TV and,
mm-hmm.
You see a demo of a camera in a store.
Yeah, they're eating this up and twisting it. This is like, oh yeah, we got our Chris is proving these piece of shit, blah blah. Let me tell you, I don't believe this is going to turn out for any of them pieces of shit like they think it is. Just remember, Katie and Chris do have money. They make good money. They work their asses off. Just saying. Because they've done a lot of bad shit, a lot of slander, a lot of doxing, a lot of harassing the families, stalking the families. And it's all been on fucking YouTube. And they better watch what they're sowing, because they might reap what they sow. Just saying. Like, just watch it. The truth's gonna come out. It did in that Michael Long case where he kidnapped Sophie and took her to Mexico. They arrested him, and Sophie's been in therapy and stuff. And truth's gonna come out. And I don't believe it's gonna be in Seth and these grifters' favors. damn right. That's my why. How are they just overlooking this and sweeping it under the rug? How? It makes no fucking sense. I mean, he had his guns confiscated. You just don't get your guns confiscated for the fuck of it, you know? How are they overlooking this? I'm gonna stop that a little bit, and let it chill for a minute because I'll probably get copyright. Okay, let's see here. Just a second. I got to mute a second because, okay, I'm going to let Sebastian's little pictures play while, because there's really something really important I want to try and find for you all to listen to. So this is like 2 minutes of Sebastian's pictures. Please don't leave, but I got something I want to go over with you all. I got to find it. Hey, can y'all hear me? I'm still looking, but there's a couple things. I'm not doing this to exploit Sebastian in any type of way, but I'm calling out Seth. I'm on his ass. I'm calling him out on every fucking dirty thing he's done. This is one of the things I do want to show, and I hate that's what it's about, but it needs to be out there, and I'm still gonna be looking because there's something very important I want y'all to hear. I gotta find where it was. I had it saved, and
It has been more than a month and still no sign of Sebastian Rogers. The 15-year-old disappeared in the middle of the night on February 25th. His mother was the last person to see him and says
trigger
that he
warning.
left the house without any shoes on and just a flashlight. So where is he? Searchers continue looking for Sebastian, and this morning we have a very special guest joining us on the program, Sebastian Rogers' biological father, Seth Rogers. Seth, good morning to you, and might I just start by both saying thank you and just that my heart and the hearts of all of our wonderful
Trigger
viewers
warning.
really go out to you. The agony that you're going through, I can't even imagine. I've seen you do some interviews, and I've been so amazed at how resilient you are. And you've talked about how nothing is going to make you give up hope. Tell us, please, where's that drive coming from?
My son. He's my life. He's my heart. He's not here, and I'm not complete unless I have him. So it's the drive to be whole again.
You know, I applaud you for holding out hope, being so resilient, being positive, and who knows what can happen with this investigation, and any day could be the day Sebastian comes home. From your perspective, Seth, how satisfied are you with the investigation being done by TBI?
My son's not here. They have no evidence. They haven't. Sumner County is the one that's like doing it. TBI is assisting. I've asked TBI to take it over. They haven't yet. There's just things that I don't think have been done.
What would you like to be done, Seth, that hasn't been?
I have a list of stuff, but I don't know if they've done it or not. I mean, there's been questions that have been asked and things that have been answered. It's really hard to have evidence if certain protocols aren't being followed. You have to start back over from day one.
You know, going back to day one, so Sebastian goes to sleep the evening of February 25th. It's on the morning of the 26th that your ex-wife finds that he's not in his bedroom. She is the only one said to be home. And Sebastian could have vanished sometime in the hours from when she last saw him go to sleep and from the time she opened the door. There's a window there overnight. Your best guess, Seth, based on how well you know your son, what do you think happened to Sebastian?
He's not the type to put on, he's not the type to leave the house without putting on socks and shoes. As for running away or leaving, he didn't take his backpack. He didn't take his switch. He didn't take his phone. I mean, just doesn't make sense. and he's not one to wander. He's never eloped before.
Are you leaning towards a potential kidnapping?
Anything is speculation at this point in time, because there is no, as they have said, evidence that leads towards foul play. But there's things that just don't add up. His mother was the last one to see him. She's responsible for this, either through negligence at the bare minimum.
Has she been a good mother to Sebastian?
Not in my opinion.
Why do
This
you
is the
say that,
third
Seth?
time that there's been an issue. You know, my son's come up missing now under her watch. Time before that, her and Chris let my son get molested and raped in their apartment. And the time before that, I did a well care check because she let a known sex offender who, yes, did their 9 years in prison, but she left my son around that person. You don't do that. If you're a parent, you don't do that. You're supposed to protect your kid. You don't put them in where they can get in any type of harm's way.
Seth, you said something very upsetting, very shocking, and I just want to go back just a moment. You said that your wife allowed your son, Sebastian, your ex-wife, I should say, your ex-wife allowed Sebastian to be in a situation where he was molested and raped?
In California.
Trigger warning.
Her apartment. They let a child who was 5 years older than my son play with my son and didn't bother to check on him there neither. And he lost his innocence because of it.
And Seth, that was a perfect opportunity to get your son. He lost his innocence and you're out here exploiting it. Why didn't you fight for your son then? You think Katie wanted that to happen to her son? While you're beating him? You should be ashamed of yourself for doing the mother of your child like that. And her husband that has helped provide for your child that you don't pay shit on. You should fucking set the fuck down. Bro, in my opinion, like when it comes to narcissism and disorder and stuff, I'm not trying to brag or nothing, but I am like, I know my shit, because I've researched and everything. I've done a lot of shit. Like I took it serious. And Chris, I hate talking about him because I apologize, but look, it's just for example. Yes, he may be a narcissist. I don't know, but I get that from him, But Seth, he is a covert, malignant narcissist, in my opinion. I can smell him from a mile away. And that is one of the worst types of narcissism. He is a scorned ex-husband. He met Katie Well, I don't know anything about it, but he was 24, 23. Katie was 14. He told Katie at 14 years old, when he was 23, that one day he was going to make her his wife. He forced her to have abortions. He's admitted it. Look up covert malignant narcissism. He's like in the fucking dark triad of narcissism, and it's dangerous. Coverts are dangerous on their own. Malignant is like one of the worst fucking ones, and he's both. Right, Kim? At 14, and he was 23. And then Katie said that he would. I can't remember what it said, so I'm not going to speak on it because I can remember. He is a scorned fucking ex-husband, covert, malignant, narcissistic piece of shit. And he is trying to alienate his child from the mother and stuff instead of making them look bad. This is exactly what they do when they alienate them. They make the other parent look bad. They point out all their flaws, like their father of the year, when they have the worst than what he's ever said about these people. I lived it too, bro, and that's what got me into, like, for a whole year or so, I studied this shit deeply, and I went through classes with ones that taught, like, yeah, it was crazy. And I know a lot of people don't care for Dr. Phil, but he has a really good um, episode of narcissism. I highly recommend people to watch it and educate themselves a little bit more on narcissism because the words are used too loosely around here. Everybody on here ain't a fucking narcissist, but I can smell them from a mile away. I share. She knows I call it way before anybody does, because I know my shit on it. And but Dr. Phil has a really good series on it. And people need to educate themselves a little bit more because this is too many women are dying and shit, and kids, and it's not cool. Right, Ro, yes. And this, I have a problem with this, and I'm speaking very loudly about this too. Kim, did you hear that Sebastian used to play with his friend Taco, with Seth's friend Taco? Have you heard that? Online. Didn't have no cameras in the house, but they want to bitch about Katie not having cameras. Didn't have no cameras in that house while that baby was there for 12 hours. Well, that's just what he worked. Look, he probably left an hour early, didn't get home till an hour later. You just don't. There's driving time and stuff there. And didn't have a camera, one in the house to watch that baby while you were gone for 12 hours a night plus by himself? Are you fucking kidding me? Bingo Island. That's what got me into advocating about it. Sometimes I do. If you go back and look at like a lot of my old content on here when I very first started posting, I got a lot of it there. Yes, knowledge there is. I watch a lot of the narcissism stuff on here. I like it. And there is a self-aware narcissist. You've probably seen him, not mental illness, bro. And he's a diagnosed narcissist, and he really helps a lot of people. I respect him. But he goes to therapy. He's been going for like 7 years. You got to commit to it if you're a narcissist. And he goes to therapy like every week, and he will have to do this for the rest of his life. And he said he's okay with that. It does, Yvonne, and it totally takes you away from the person you were before you got into that situation, They literally slowly suck the life out of you. I don't blame Katie. Okay, we're going to continue watching this.
Seth, I'm so sorry to hear this. I'm so sorry to hear this. No child should be subjected to any kind of abuse whatsoever. Sexual abuse can be especially traumatic for a young child. Is this something that Sebastian has struggled with since then?
Yeah, I finally was able to actually start getting him therapy for it last year. The fact is that they weren't doing the correct thing, clearing California. And it's just last year finally getting him help because he's a victim. And now I'm finding out not only was, he was a victim of that, he's a victim of not getting the help he needs.
And it's not your story to tell, Seth. It's
I've
his.
listened to some of their podcasts where they make fun of him.
Ain't nobody
make
making fun of
his
him.
dancing.
Ain't nobody
Chris
making fun of
obviously
him.
has this thing about corporal discipline with him, and it's just
You left him home all night online playing video games with adult men.
it's not good.
Seth, I'm so
I need
sorry.
to find my son, and
Right.
he's going to need extensive therapy now to put
Because
him
of
back on the
you.
right track.
Because of you, Seth.
Yes. Was Sebastian the one who told you about the sexual abuse that had happened?
His mother did, and my son did. This happened in California, so Sheriff's Department, CPS was involved. Sheriff's Department was involved there. They wouldn't give me the kid's name, his last name. But at least the only thing I was able to do there was put the detective over that case in contact with the school psychologist so that at least they can protect the other children from this child.
Right. So no juvenile
California would-
proceedings commenced or anything like that, Seth, with this child. He wasn't brought
Not
to
in
juvenile court.
California.
Mhm.
No, in California, kids 13, they're like, he's too young to prosecute. And they wouldn't do anything about the parents either.
Seth, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. My heart breaks for you for so many reasons, and this is just one more of those reasons. Tell me, please, Seth, what else do you want the public to know as people all over are hoping and praying for your son Sebastian's safe return?
That I'm just looking for him. I need people to help. I'm just one person. I can do a lot, but I can't do everything. And I have to find him.
Absolutely. You have to find him. And we will continue doing everything we can here at Court TV to help you find him, putting his picture out there, video, talking about him. And hopefully he is somewhere where he can be brought home safe to you soon. Seth Rogers, thank you so much for this talk. Thank you for sharing all of those things. I know it's not easy. Every
I hate it to even have to play that, but I want to remind people of what this piece of shit has done to his son. That wasn't his story to tell. That's Sebastian's story. Sebastian's own mother didn't do that to him. Look what Kim said here on screen. There's just so many things, Kim, and they just overlook it and still put him on the pedestal. It's just not one thing, it's a lot. It's my fucking mind, man. Hold on, I gotta switch AirPods here. One's done. Can y'all hear me? Let's see. Can y'all hear me? Okay. You can hear me now still? My headphones were messing up.
It's different when you put it on a house and different elements. So,
Okay, so it was so dark that it is logical to conclude that the cameras that Sebastian would have walked by, did not pick him up. And that's something that is logical that people can accept. Absolutely. I think this is a good question. Did Sebastian ever have nightmares? Could he have had one that scared him so badly that he took off? Has he ever had bad nightmares?
He has never took off ever. This is the first.
He's had sleeping issues. I mean, he doesn't really sleep a lot. That's why he's been, but that's been his whole life. That's not just been like a segment. I'm pretty sure, I believe Seth has even mentioned this before as well. I mean, the only time, like I've seen a couple times where he slept really well, but I mean, that's when after a hard day of playing, if he's helped with outside work, but for the most part, he's had issues sleeping.
And that's a big help in understanding this. Has he ever done anything like hid under a neighbor's car or anything like that?
Well, I'm going to say we have never seen anything like that. There's been somebody that has said something to that effect, but I'm not going to sit here and say for a fact, yes, he has.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't have an answer for that.
I got a question. I got one for you. Do you think it's possible that he could have left in the evenings on other nights, like at 1 a.m, and came back through the front door and nobody would have known? Like on other, like let's say a dry run, for example, like he got up in the middle of the night at 1, went out the front door and then came back in and nobody would have known, right? Because you don't have a camera. And he
not that I'm aware of, not that Katie is aware of. I mean, I will say this, and this is for the record. I'm not going to tell you what he does and doesn't do at his father's house. Those are two separate households.
Okay.
Sebastian is one way at our house. He's a different way at his father's house.
Okay.
That is something that we've all had mutual respect on, all the parents together.
Can you answer, was he planning to go live with Seth?
Yes.
Okay. And was he excited about it?
No.
Okay.
At one point he was, but no.
Do you know why he changed? Why he wasn't excited?
Yes, because he was informed that he will be doing online schooling vice in-person school.
Okay. Was there a reason for that?
That's personal matters in my family that will not be discussed with anybody.
Understood. And I respect that. Thank you. He was on medication. Did he get his medication changed recently?
When you say recently, can you define recently?
Well, I mean, like, I don't know, maybe within the last few months. I'm trying to think of something that maybe would have changed his behavior for some reason.
It's really hard to say yes or no to that, just because he goes and sees his doctors, and then in there they will talk about his medication and things that they want to change or if it needs to change.
Right.
But I mean, as far as I know, I'm not, I didn't see any difference, but.
And is it, and again, this is just something that people want to know.
Mhm.
Is it common for you and Katie to talk as long as you did that night?
Sure.
Okay. Seth is here. I've asked him to join us. Insightful One, if Seth jumps on, can you please put him on the screen because I can't because of my computer.
Right. I got it.
Thank you.
Have you guys
Eric?
seen the dog scent track? That because you actually showed it to me, right? Remember on the map, Chris? I don't know if you're interested in. It was kind of an interesting route. Up the
Well,
street.
and, are you referring to the like day 1 through 4 dog tracks? Because some of those are.
Well,
maybe
he had
not
like a dog scent outside the front door, and
Yeah.
sort of around by where the fixed light was on the flashlight, and then north, and then around to like a retention pond, something like that.
Stacy, I believe Seth is here.
Yep, I got it.
Seth, I'm so glad that you are here, my dear. Thank you very much. Seth, what would you like to say now?
I got a few questions to ask Chris.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, he can hear you.
Hey, Chris. So why did you texted me the other day about something I'd already sent Katie an email?
Say it one more time. All I heard was something about an email sent.
Why did you text me about an email I sent on Monday to Katie?
Because I didn't see the information in what you're referring to as Tony Mathis's phone number. I didn't see it. So that's why I asked for it.
I mean, come on, Chris. We're going to work together. More than a week communication between the
Seth?
people.
Hey Kim, I agree. I call the PIs the not so private investigators because it's the truth. Never seen no. Usually lawyers are the mouthpiece. You know what I mean? That's funny. Yeah, they're a joke. They are the not so private investigators. What the fuck?
I'm sending stuff to you and Katie.
Okay, so hear me out.
Drop in
I
with-
told you. I told you.
Okay.
I told
Let's
you
not come
Seth,
into
that we will
talk,
work
okay?
together.
All right.
I explained to you I'm willing to work with you. You asked me some questions in regard to this dog handler. You asked me questions in regards to going on a social media platform. You've asked me questions about hiring a PR person that will speak for all of us and keep everybody off of these platforms. That's what you asked. Now, if you think I'm not going to do my homework and dig into people and find out who they are first, you're crazy. Because I would expect you to do the exact same thing if I gave you a name.
I don't know what's going on, but did that solve it? I hope.
Oh,
Seth?
Seth gone. It looked like.
Uh oh. I think Seth. Wait, is this Seth? Did Seth jump off? Let's see. We've got me, Stacy.
Yeah. How about I'll get off the panel. I'm sure it'll make a lot of people in the chat happy. But I just wanted,
stop it.
I just wanted to say that I understand what I've seen from the beginning is that there was sides chosen. Now I know you said because of this and because of that, but it was Seth good, Proudfoot's bad, and everybody has been in those camps, and they never really got a chance to breathe, and that's probably why Katie went to be with him because she probably was scared to stay at home by herself, given these lunatics like JLR, et cetera, running around chanting and screaming. It's insane.
I agree. It's horrible.
Oh my God. I never thought I'd see the day I agree with Gray Hughes. Let me slow that down because that's exactly what I have been screaming every chance I get. What he just said, I swear.
That's what I think.
Seth?
Seth gone. It looks like he's
Uh oh. I think Seth. Wait, is this Seth? Did Seth jump off? Let's see. We've got me, Stacy.
Yeah. How about I'll get off the panel. I'm sure that'll make a lot of people in the chat happy. But I just wanted
stop it.
I just wanted to say that I understand what I've seen. What I've seen from the beginning is that there was sides chosen. Now I know you said because of this and because of that, but it was Seth good, Proudfoot's bad, and everybody has been in those camps, and they never really got a chance to breathe, and that's probably why Katie went to be with him because she probably was scared to stay at home by herself. Given
that part.
Like JLR and etc.
Don't blame
running
her.
around, chanting and screaming. It's insane.
Oh, I agree. It's horrible.
That's what I think. Yeah.
Facts.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
that's
it
just
should not be that way.
That's just kind of where I'm coming from. I appreciate communicating with
I'm so
him.
proud of
having
Gray
good
here. I never thought of
conversations,
that.
and that's it.
Facts right there, Gray.
That's all I can do. And I've never seen anything that made me go, God, ooh, that's it's weird. I mean, I don't know. I watched the same things you guys have. But anyways, yeah. See you later, guys out there.
Okay. See ya.
Take care.
I'm glad he stuck
Bye.
up for Chris and him. Because a lot of people do like Gray.
Does anybody know where Seth went?
I'm working on
Yeah,
it.
make sure
Okay,
she's
thanks.
I do
gets
know.
that
I think up in his
document
area,
thing.
he doesn't have like the greatest signal because a lot of times when we talk, his
You know what?
phone he will drop.
Do you want to ask him if he wants to call me rather than go on the internet, just call me on the phone and I can put them on and to be a really, really strong signal. I mean, it'll sound really good.
Well, I think it's just like his cell signal up there is not the greatest.
Oh, it's his cell. Okay.
Yeah.
But if he wants to,
I mean, if he's on his cell phone, let me.
Heather, if you want to give him my number, and Chloe has it, feel free. And he can, if it's better for him to call me rather than to jump online.
I'm texting him.
Okay, we can do that. So, hey guys, I don't want to talk about other creators in chat, so let's not do that. Okay.
Go Gray.
Yeah, let's just. I mean, I don't want to give them any.
Right. So let's get to our next question.
Okay. Next question. Let me take a look at my notes. Yeah, because I just wrote some things down. Have you had? And I may have asked this and I forgot, Chris. My mind is sometimes mush. Have you had search dogs inside the house and outside?
Yes, ma'am, I have. Yes, I sure have.
And what did the dogs hit outside?
So, as you know, if anybody has followed Mr. Gray's, what he was talking about, the dog and the trail and the scent and the overlay on the picture. So they're anywhere from 13 to 18 different dogs have been involved in this search. Now, on day one, there was 5 dogs. 5. There's an audio dispatch tape that's been released. I don't know who released it. Whatever, I don't have it, but you'd have to dig it and find it. In that audio tape, you actually hear that the deputy sheriff does state that the dog hints toward a scent and takes over off to the retention pond and the construction site next door.
Okay.
Now, other dogs did the exact same thing. Now, am I going to say every single dog? No, but I do know of at least 3 dogs that went on the same scent trail, same path. The rest of the dogs, I'm not going to tell you that they are 100% honest and perfect and accurate, because honestly, dogs are only probably 25% reliable when it comes to a scent.
Okay.
Now, 8 days, I've had dogs in my house the first 8 days. In my house, outside my house, around my house, around the neighborhood. So, yeah.
So they've been there, and yeah, so they did, you're saying they did hit and they all went to that.
Okay. I'm going to stop it there a second. I'm trying to fair use here. Chris is right. I want to play y'all something else here. Sorry, I'm all over the place, but like when they say something, then there's kind of like a little proof, or you can hear for yourself what's been said. Yeah, I like to play that. That's why I keep doing it. It relates to whatever they're talking about. Here, let's see where's that at. This is on Narc Divers. And I hate that he's called up that prick CJ that's harassing the Proudfoots, because he's nothing like them and he don't know how these people are, and he's actually a good dude and they're taking advantage of him. Okay, you have to really listen, turn your headphones up, because it's hard to kind of hear some of it. But this was 2 weeks ago when Trey from Narc Divers went down there, and he's been in communication with Chris. And this was when they got there, trying to figure out where to start looking and stuff. Okay, let me take our beautiful Sebastian's picture down real quick and get these dumb people off the fucking. You have to listen really close because it's kind of hard to hear. Chris is on the phone with him here. That's Trey right there, and Trey is talking to Chris on the phone.
Said that they did, or if he did, or didn't. And I didn't know who she actually worked for, so. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of BS out there. People say there's no dogs in. That's what. And that's what I heard. And then I read it. I read the article from the actual news, and it said that the dogs got a scent that they from an article clothing or something, and then they tracked all the way here, like several times.
Well, here's your better one. There was the dispatcher. The call got released.
Yeah,
From
him.
the dispatcher
Same
to
one.
the deputies and the
The
responders.
one that was stalking
In that
Chris and his parents' houses, trying to trespass.
clearly hear the
The one that
dispatcher
done
and
all
the
that
cops
shit to
all
nonsense, that
saying the
CJ.
dogs got a scent is over here. It's calm.
Okay.
And I mean, for people to say no, it didn't. It's like, now you're bullshit because
Yeah, and that's what.
deputies said that shit in the dispatcher.
And then they tracked all the way here, like several times.
Well, here's your better one. There was the dispatcher. The call got released from the dispatcher.
I have it, Kim. We can listen to it.
In that release of information, you can clearly hear the dispatcher and the cops all saying the dog's got a scent is over here. It's calm.
Okay.
And I mean, for people to say no, it didn't. It's like, now you're bullshit because
Yeah, and that's what.
deputies said that shit in the dispatch.
And that's what everybody kept saying. And I'm like, there's got some truth to this because that doesn't make any sense. Like, so yeah, they tracked here. So.
Yeah, and then like I said, the path that they tracked. So our subdivision, if you're in that subdivision,
yeah,
directly the next subdivision over to the left is our subdivision.
Okay.
It's called Victoria Place.
Okay.
The scent that they got, as soon as you turn in our subdivision, you're on Kelly. Driving all the way up to the very top of the hill at a four-way, you'll see that to the right they're cutting in the new road that will link
all this together. Okay.
Yeah. The scent
Is that what he's talking about directly right there? Oh.
So it tracked. There was no question. The dogs were all there. Yeah, it was 100%. And do you know how much they actually drained?
They drained the whole thing.
It's okay.
So initially, when they went over to look at it, it was only knee deep. From the picture that you showed me, there's a lot of new runoff.
Yeah, that's what
where they're cut. Yeah.
Trying to figure out. I was like, I don't know how shallow it was before or after.
Yeah. I'm 5'9", and it was knee deep.
Okay.
So and they even drained it and still walked it.
Okay. So they actually walked it. I didn't know that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that is actually information that was told to me by law enforcement.
Yeah. So they actually.
Because I went on being law enforcement, they could put me in a vehicle.
Right.
Drove me around and showed me a bunch of stuff. I'm the only one that they got that.
Okay.
So I can actually give you a little bit more information than what everybody's out there running their mouth.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going public with it.
No.
Quite honestly, I'm tired of the BS and the rumors.
That's what I kept trying to tell everybody. I was like, it's, the kid. Anyway, I said he left the house, and then the internet went crazy with rumors and speculation. And I was like, I don't go off of rumors. I go off of what we got now. And I said something about that pond. I said, and it just stopped. I said, so that's where I want to go. That's where I want to search and try to figure this out.
So to work backwards from the pond, okay, if you were to walk from the pond, go straight up into the construction site, you'll see where they cut the road and it turns left. If you walk that all the way back, runs into our subdivision.
Okay.
If you go down Kellen, all the way down to Stafford, and walk down towards Stafford toward our house. From our house, if you're looking at my house, I'm going to tell you where the dog scent went. They started on the front porch.
Okay.
Because off the front porch, the dogs cut to the right. They go all the way down the side of the house along the fence.
So they went to the back side, or that
right
to the north.
If you're looking at my house,
okay,
it's going to be the right hand side. The dog goes all the way down the fence. The dog comes all the way back up into the yard, and then it cuts diagonally to the house next door to us through their backyard. And that is the direction which the dogs take off. Now after that, that's where they get over to the main road, go up Kellen, and head over to the other subdivision.
Okay. know.
I mean, they've had dogs. I can't. I mean,
How many? Yeah, a lot of dogs.
but day one, there was 5 dogs. There was a Belgian Malinois, a blue heeler, 2 bloodhounds, and a blue tick.
I know with good dogs, like they'll do the track that's on the ground, and then if they smell a stronger scent in the air that's closer, they'll go to that direct scent. So if all the dogs were tracking actually on the ground, then I feel like this is the play, like the spot to figure it out. Because if he would have cross tracked, like actually like headed back, they should have been able to pick up on it, like a good dog.
So in the 8 days of the experience in searching, in the 8 days, on day 1, the 5 dogs did that. Out of the 8 days, 3 different dogs from 3 different groups went to that same area in that same set. On day 1, 2 of those dogs did the same path.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure that was the bloodhound and the blue tick.
It was probably the better dog.
Yeah, those 2 were probably the better ones. Now the guy, man, I can't remember this guy. I called him Michael, but I think they call him Michelle.
Okay.
He's French. He's out of North Carolina, I believe, and he trains.
He teaches he trains canine handlers.
Yes. They brought his dogs out, and one of his dogs did that same path. From what I was told, that's why I was like, well, there we go, folks. That's why out of all the dogs, there was at least 3 consistent hits that do that
Right.
path.
And then what are the strongest path? Yeah, the strongest, most recent scent.
And there was a couple dogs, like one dog went over to Long Hole Pike and got there and he lost his scent. The rest of the dogs all picked up scents, but then they go in all different directions and they lose.
Well, I appreciate your information, and I'm gonna try to figure this out and keep on working at it. And if I get anything, I'll let you know.
Yeah, that guy I sent you his info, Ken Wagner.
Okay.
He's the EMA director for Summit County. He was the one, I guess, they were doing. He was responsible for the ground searching and the waterways and the caves and everything.
Okay.
If you can't reach out to him, he can give you more details as far as like the water.
What's been covered.
Yeah, and the caves and stuff. He'll probably even show you, maybe, I don't know, but I would reach out to him and he will give you the best physical aspects of the search that took place. He's the one that was in charge of it.
Okay. I can do that.
All right, man.
All right,
if you need something,
yeah, I'll give you a call.
and, okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Bye. Said that they did, or if he did.
Good point, Kim. Good point. Yeah, I think it's either he just went aside, maybe wandered off. It was dark and he got lost, or something online. I do.
That pond.
No, I
No.
didn't say all that. I just told you I've had 13 to 18 dogs in my house and around my house.
Mm-hmm.
I told you 3 different dogs hit on the same path that go to that retention pond.
Right.
I'm
That's
not going to say that every other dog.
Not every dog, but some dogs hit. Okay.
Right. So, but I want this to be crystal clear.
Okay.
So when people say every dog, that is not the case. 3 dogs went on the same path.
Okay.
That is all that we have on that. The rest of these dogs go in different directions, but it's all unreliable.
Understood. We do have a question from Michelle. Chris, was Ellie able to go in and search the cave they said had collapsed about 10 feet in? I haven't heard this.
Okay, so Ken Widener is the EMA director for Sumner County. They called in all kinds of stuff, got layouts of where these caves were. I don't believe, and I'm not telling you by the gospel,
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe they were able to get into certain caves because They were not safe to enter.
Okay.
The one that she is referring to that collapsed, honestly, we know that the one collapsed. But we don't believe they had anything to it.
Got it. Got it. Okay. Let's see here. Let me get my notes. I was taking notes while we were talking. Let's see here. Hold on. So people have been asking, and this may, I don't mean to sound insulting, but people are asking, are you searching? Are you putting up flyers? That's what they're
Yes,
asking.
we are.
Okay.
Yes, and here's why they're asking that question. No, you're not going to find pictures of us out there doing this because it's real simple. We, all three parents, initially were told in the beginning not to go out and search, that we needed to be available to talk to law enforcement.
Right.
Yeah.
Seth has been out there searching and doing his thing. He's had a bunch of people following him. Whether or not he chose that or these people decided to do it on their own accord, that's not for me to say. But we, Katie and I, are not going to have some big, massive search party following us around with a bunch of people that are already threatened death threats, by the way, to us. You know, I'm not doing that. If you were in my shoes, you'd do the same thing. You listen to law enforcement. You do what they tell you to do. Yes, we're out there putting up signs. Yes, we're out there putting up flyers. Yes, we are searching.
Chris, I'm sorry. Did you just say you guys are getting death threats?
Yes, we've been getting death threats. And they have been reported to the TBI. Everything gets forwarded, screenshot, and sent straight to them.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, everyone. I have Seth on my phone, on my JBL speaker. Seth, I want to give you a chance to talk uninterrupted. So please go ahead.
All right. Mainly, Chris, the communication needs to be a little bit more prompt. If I send you an email on Monday and Tuesday, I'm not willing to wait a week to get a response back. I mean, that's unacceptable when we're trying to find Sebastian, buddy.
I understand what you're saying. I respect that. But when it comes to you asking people to come into my house on my property, who I don't know Adam from Eve, and I really don't care what certification, who can vouch for these people, I don't care. I'm going to do exactly what I have always been doing. You send that to me,
okay,
we're going to review it, and then we're going to send it to law enforcement.
Chris,
let law enforcement go that route, and then when law enforcement comes
for us, doesn't
hold on.
need to be on your property.
Hold
See,
on,
this
Chris.
is
Chris, hold on one second. Hold on. Seth, what did you say?
I said the person to be our spokesman to speak for all three of us doesn't need to be on your property.
Okay,
But
you're
yeah, you
correct.
have spoken
You are very correct.
to him.
I have spoken to him.
When?
And I'm going to make this public. I am back working, and I have work hours. I also have to sleep. And unfortunately, I'm on the opposite schedule of you. So respect that. I will do what I can as I can when I can.
I'm sorry, Seth, go ahead.
When did you speak with him, Chris?
What does that got to do with finding Sebastian?
If he's going to be our spokesperson, I was just asking when you spoke with him.
I haven't come up with an answer yet. We've spoke with him. We told him we'll get back with him after we've done consideration and talking with law enforcement. We'll get back to it, and we'll let him know our decision.
So,
I know you're on board with that. I do. I mean, I know you're 1,000% on board with Mr. Mathis. I got that. I'm not taking that away from you.
So, Chris, I understand like every marriage is different and husband wife aspect. You seem very protective of Katie and her having conversations with or without you. But like I said before you came on, I do believe that Katie is the one who, and I'm not saying it's because she knows what happened to Sebastian, but she was the last person that was with him. And so she does hold the most information, at least up until the point that he went missing.
What information do you think she holds?
Well, I'm going to get to that.
Well, then do me a favor. Let's just get to it.
Okay.
Don't pour gravy on the mashed potatoes. Just serve the stuff up.
Chris, I'm really trying to be respectful, and this is a
I
very
am too. So please just get to it.
Okay.
No,
So
you're
we would
interrupting.
really love to hear from Katie about his body language that day. We've heard from others who are not necessarily good sources about his body language at the bowling alley and his body language here and there. And so we're just really trying to pick up on Sebastian's mood because it could help us understand what led to him walking away off the front porch out the front door.
Well, that is something that if she decides to answer, that's on her. But what I know is even on video, Sebastian was having a great day. He was in a great mood. He got to go to BJ's. He had a colossal popcorn. He hung out with family. He went and played video games at Strike and Spare. After that, he went and had dinner at Roadhouse, Texas Roadhouse. He ate his whole meal. I mean, everything in the video, even the videos that Seth has seen, he doesn't show any negative signs of he's upset or anything like that. As far as we all know, Sebastian had a great day.
No, I mean, it sounds like a really great day. I mean, they did a lot. I was just curious. And like I said, I mean, every relationship is different and you're protective of Katie and who she communicates without you. And I think that has, I think that has been a little bit difficult.
But right, hold on a second. But for the record, Katie can speak when she so chooses, and she's done interviews without me.
No, I'm not talking about interviews.
But she spoke without me.
Okay.
I want to clear up something that Chris said about Sebastian going to live with Seth. And Chris, you may ask, what does this have to do with Sebastian missing? It's all part of the narrative. It could mean he ran away. And that is, Chris, did you not say that he was not looking forward to going to live with his father?
Yes, I did state that.
Seth, did you know this?
Nope.
Chris, do you want to elaborate?
And I'll tell you why.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I will be glad to elaborate.
Become a question.
Hold on, Chris. Hold on. I'm sorry, Seth. Start over. And then Chris, we'll go to you. Seth, go ahead.
But I know why I was putting him in online school. He needed his therapy to actually have been started with ABA, so on and so forth, before I put him back into the situation, because he's not ready for certain things.
Okay. So he was going to go.
I'm not going to set my son up for failure. I want my son to succeed.
He was going to homeschool until he was ready to go back to regular school. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And it's not really homeschool. I mean, it's just online school.
Okay. Online. Right. Online school. That's a better term. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said homeschool. Right. Online school. Totally different.
Really quick, Chris, the day that they had on Sunday with the spaghetti pancakes and bragging to family and BJ's and Texas Roadhouse and bowling and all of these, like, it sounds like the best day ever. Was that like a normal weekend for them, or was it like, I don't know. Was that like their normal weekend?
Right. Well, do me a favor. Let's pause that question because you just diverted away from what she asked, and let's clear this out.
Okay.
Go
Because
ahead,
we
Chris.
want the facts. Let's get the facts straight.
Okay.
So yes, I did tell you Sebastian was not excited about going to his father's house because online school.
Online
Seth
school.
was aware of this because Seth stood in my house with me, Katie, and Sebastian in my kitchen and had this conversation where Seth asked his son about, you don't want to go to online school? And Sebastian's retort was, no, I don't. But
Okay.
I don't really care about playing tit for tat. I
It's
understand
not
that this
for
may
that.
be a reason why he wanted to run away, so to speak, if that's the case.
Right.
But we're not going into this. We're not going to play this tit for tat
Man,
on social media. We're not doing this.
Okay, Seth, go ahead.
Chris, unbeknownst to you, had already talked to Sebastian. He knew this wouldn't be a permanent thing, and me and him had already spoke.
Well, that right
After
there's a
the
conversation
and me
you
had
should have
spoken,
had with
we had
Katie and
already
myself
spoke.
about what your plans were.
I'm sorry. Do you want?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
What Seth was saying is that if I had known the conversation that him and Sebastian had, then I would know the whole thing. But the downside is that's where Seth should have had that same conversation with me and Katie, and that didn't happen. But this goes right back to here's the thing. If you're saying that because he didn't want to go live with his dad, he potentially ran away, is that a possibility? Sure, we'll put that out there.
Okay.
But quite honestly, what goes on between Seth, me, his mom, and our households is none of the public's business. If it had something to do with his disappearance, I would understand that, but it doesn't.
Well, we don't know that.
Well, I understand that. That's why we're making this clear.
And that's
Right.
why I asked about his day because I
Let's
didn't
go back
know.
to the day. Okay, go
I
ahead,
didn't
Megan.
know. Okay, so Chris, you don't know me very well. I have 2 decades of experience working with autistic children in different capacities. So I do understand they are all different. I do understand that that day may have been very overstimulating for him. So that's why I was asking if that was a normal day for him. And if it wasn't, that, I mean, that just gives me more information that maybe he was very
Agree, Selena.
overstimulated that
Agree.
day. Was the day may have been very overstimulating for him. So that's why I was asking if that was a normal day for him. And if it wasn't, that, I mean, that just gives me more information that maybe he was very overstimulated that day.
Chris?
So, all right. So one more time. I'm so sorry.
I was just saying, in my experience with autistic children, obviously they're all different. But if this was not a normal day for Sebastian on Sunday when he went and did all of these things, and it sounds like he was gone from home for a while, if this wasn't a normal day for him, would this have been an overstimulating day for him? Is this something normal? Does he normally go to BJ's and bowling and all of these things on a weekend? Or was this kind of like a special thing? And if it was a special thing, what caused it to be special? Was there an occasion?
If it was a special thing, a mother and a son bonding and just having a good time.
I'm not being ugly at all.
I'm
just
not.
asking,
I'm making the
I mean,
statement.
is this a normal day for them on a weekend?
It very
for them to do all
our days fluctuate. Monday through Friday, we're a working family, just like everybody else out there. And when the weekend comes, that's when you get a lot of stuff done. You go a lot of places, you do a lot of things. And a lot of times that's where, you know, you go and spend time with your kids and do extra things. Sebastian's not in sports like most kids. So we don't spend ball time at the ballpark. You know, when Seth has Sebastian on the weekends, he goes and does fishing and things like that with Sebastian just as well. I mean, Seth works long hours. I work long hours.
And I'm not saying any
so
of that is
you gotta,
suspicious at all, Chris. I'm just asking if that was normal. Because if it wasn't normal, and he was overstimulated, that could be a reason for him to have ran out of the house.
No, he was
Okay.
not overstimulated.
Okay, so that wasn't one of the possible reasons for him to leave.
Here's what I'll say. Everything is on the table. Nothing has been taken off the table. Period. That's the same statement law enforcement has made. That's the same statement I'm going to tell you
So
every
there's a
single day in and
possibility
day
that
out.
Katie gave my son to your mother and father. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Say it one more time.
Do you not want to say that? Well, we can move on. So
No. I want to hear it.
There's a rumor out there, Chris,
that
your mom and your dad have Sebastian. It's been brought up to me.
Seth, you know darn good and well you got a question about my
I'm just
mother.
asking.
You pick up the
Did they
phone
take you
and
somewhere
you call
to
her.
lead a boot camp or anything like that? And Katie just thought I wouldn't accept it.
I don't think
Hold
Seth
on.
is being accusatory. I think he's just trying to clear up a bunch of BS that's been online.
Right, and I'm trying, and I'm telling you, if he's had this suspicion, he's got my mother's phone number. He can pick up the phone and call her. She is not afraid to
No,
answer any
Chris, I'm not
questions.
saying you. I don't want to talk to your mom. I want to talk to you, and I want to talk to Katie.
Well, it's real simple,
Just
Seth.
asking to put it to the rest.
You have seen the video footage of Seth
haven't.
on Sunday. Don't tell me you hadn't. I know you have. You sat in the room
No, I
with all
haven't.
the agents.
No, they didn't show me the video footage, buddy.
So you didn't see, you weren't sitting in a room
Wait a
with
minute.
law enforcement, the district attorney, when they showed you a video, when you wanted proof of life, saying that you hadn't seen proof since Friday. When you've been at my house the first 3 damn days.
Sunday, buddy.
Chris, let Seth speak. Go ahead, Seth.
Chris, they showed me video proof of him coming out of Texas Roadhouse on Sunday.
On a Sunday night. You damn right.
Just Chris.
Seth, I got a problem with you sitting here making these accusations. Because if you got a problem with them, guess what?
Let's squash it.
I think we're just trying to talk things out, and I don't even know if this should be public, honestly.
Same.
Okay, here's all the public knowledge you need on this deal. Law enforcement has talked to my parents, my whole family. Once again, the statement is true, what law enforcement says. Just because you hear a rumor doesn't make it true.
Chris,
I don't think he said it was true. I think he's just trying to clarify.
He said
That's not clarifying. No, stop sitting here trying to defend his actions. Stop.
Okay.
The fact is, Chris, is I'm trying to squash the rumor. We're both here squashing the rumor.
Seth, there is no rumor. You know my parents were not with Katie on Sunday.
That's all I'm doing, Chris.
No, you're causing a problem because you know damn good and well where my parents were at their house on Sunday night. They weren't near Katie. They weren't near Sebastian. And if you got a problem, all you got to do is pick up the phone and call her. Be an adult. Be a responsible adult. And just call her.
Chris. Can you hear me, Chris?
Oh, I can hear you.
Because all I'm hearing is anger and attitude from you. What I'm trying
And you should, Seth. You should. Because what you're doing is bullshit and you know it.
Okay, stop.
Okay,
People
all
are
right,
talking
enough.
over each other.
Enough.
Seth, go, and then Chris, go. Please, Seth, and then Chris. Thank you.
Chris, a unified front squashes rumors together. That's all I am stating.
Okay, Chris.
This is a rumor floating around, and I would like us to squash it.
Yeah, I think that is a great rumor to try to squash. That one's on Facebook, and the rumor is actually that about your mom, her car being parked at like Warsham's, and him getting
Okay, so here's the answer. The final answer to
It's
this.
not just an online rumor because people have driven up to me and personally spoken about this.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can I make the statement?
I wish
This is very simple. This conversation has nothing to do on social media. You want to have this conversation, Seth? You call me, you get Heather, you get Chloe on the phone.
That's
Hell,
fine.
I'll do you one better, and
Right.
I will get Bobby and Carter on the phone, and we'll all sit down and have this little fucking powwow.
We're not going to have a powwow like that, but I would
Well, then guess what?
the situation, and I would love for it to be private because I believe a lot of what is happening right now should not be public.
So explain to me why you don't want Bobby and Carter involved.
I didn't say I didn't want Bobby and Carter involved. I said I was referring to your tone, which is very angry.
Oh, I'm very pissed.
I know that. I think we just all need to take a breath because no one is accusing anyone of anything. We are trying to dispel things because in turn, dispelling these things will
You're
take
so full of
some
shit.
of the BS off of you.
Whoa. That was uncalled for. And Chris, I mean, I do understand your anger, but I know these ladies. I don't know Seth. I just know what I've seen. But these ladies are not full of shit.
I didn't say they're full of shit. I was referring to Seth being full of shit with his comments.
Well, that doesn't help matters.
No, it doesn't. So when you brought him on the show and he wants to start this shit, that isn't going to answer questions. It's going to spiral into the shit that's in. So we can set this shit aside and answer the questions that you got.
Okay. I would like to move on very quickly, but I will say the public opinion is not going to improve unless we can take a deep breath.
That's exactly right.
And I know you are frustrated.
You have no idea what I am.
I'm not saying I know
You
how
don't.
frustrated you are, but I know you are frustrated. And I am not saying that's not valid, but this is not helping.
If it's not helping, then you shouldn't be talking about it on social media.
But
I'm trying
as
to
a PI, you should have said, you know what, we're not going to answer that question. We're going to do that privately. That's where that should
I
have
did
went.
say that actually several times.
You
And you
did.
can listen to that recording later.
So let's move on to the next question.
I just got to say one thing. You want the public's help. You want them to be behind both of you. And
we need them to find Sebastian.
Exactly. And it's a very good chance that somebody in the public will find
that's
him.
my biggest frustration is that we all collectively have to deal with all of this instead of focusing on Sebastian.
Right. And it's a disadvantage to Sebastian. Really, it's sad because we're not any closer to finding him as long as we're all arguing like this.
Yeah. And mods in chat, you're removing these comments, I hope, because I've been removing some too. And we've got extra people, extra mods in chat. Anything rude that said, they're banned, they're gone. Okay. So we'll get them out there as quickly as possible. And let me go through chat really quickly here to get some more questions here. You've been on here for many hours, and I so appreciate this. I really, really do. So,
Can Chris hear me?
Yes, he can.
Can you? Well, you can't throw us in a back room for me and then we talk real quick.
I wish I could. I wish I had that ability, but I don't. I can take you both off, and you can call him. Do you want to do that?
Let's finish this first, and we'll do that after the fact. Let's get these questions out of the way.
Chris, listen, you may not like my opinion, but when we got rumors out there, if you and I squash these rumors, then they stop being rumors and everybody just looks at the people who are spreading them like they are shit. I was not trying to upset you. I'm trying to squash these stupid rumors that are literally filling up my privatized email address, their inbox with crap. which is crap. It's not helping find Sebastian, so if it gets squashed, then people will stop.
Listen here,
Not
y'all.
everybody. Lord
I'm
knows
so proud of
there's still
Chris.
really stupid people out there. But it will stop. It will, I mean, literally, it will stop.
My retort is
The
real
only thing
simple,
I
Seth.
want is to find Sebastian, Chris, and there are rumors out there that we have to put an end to. You may not like them, but we have to put them in publicly, because right here we can end rumors, so people know. When I told them to fuck off, if they didn't like it, they know that I meant fuck off because they don't like it.
So stop right there, Seth. Stop. Let me help you with something real quick. You want rumors to die? You want to stop with all the stuff that's coming up and flooding these PI's inbox? How many terabytes do you want of videos where you have gone out there and you've said some very harsh things that should never have come out? You never should have. And now don't take this the wrong way. That is a conversation for
I'm not
later.
here to swing much.
Let me finish.
There are things that I put out there.
Once again,
If I wasn't
you
gonna
can't
let you
talk to a
control
fucking
them.
log.
Okay, what? Okay,
Chris,
Seth,
Let me finish.
Chris, that's not productive.
It's not. So let me finish. You all are playing one-sided here.
no, we're not.
I don't think that's fair.
So then tell Seth when I'm talking, let me finish.
Okay, Seth,
Okay.
let him finish.
Yes, Seth, please let him finish.
There's conversations you've had that should have never been out in the public light, and you know it. And because you did that, it started a lot of rumors. Own it, accept it, and move on from it. I told you on Sunday, I supported you. I would be there for you no matter what, how ugly this got. But I'm not going to stand by and watch you disrespect me, my family, my wife, or anybody for that matter. A lot of rumors got started because you went on social media and you opened your mouth and said some things you shouldn't have said. Accept it. I'll show you the videos.
You don't need to show
Now,
me videos.
Gossip, I don't believe any of them are in on it. I think they're all innocent.
Now, in hindsight, that is a conversation you and I need to have offline, away from everybody else, in our own private conversation. You and I, we sit down and we can talk. Literally, Lise, you had people watch us doing it Sunday at that vigil.
Well,
They were snapping pictures because they were trying to get some juicy information.
Trish,
So let's answer.
can we move on to the question?
Yes, please.
Yeah, let's. There's a question here in chat, and I've heard this. And Chris, this is a good one. I'd like to clear up. Is
Okay.
it true that Chris told Seth, "You will find your son at church"?
No.
Okay,
No.
that's
What he stated was if I went to church, maybe I'd find my son.
so. In other words, if you went to church and talked to the Lord, that is that what you were saying,
Yes,
Chris?
that is what the whole conversation in reference was.
I have a
Not
question for
you go to a church and you'll find
Chris.
it. Who's
Hold
coming up
on,
with
Seth.
that crap?
I'm sorry, Chris. Finish. I'm
No,
sorry.
I'm talking because why I understand, I see where people got that,
Right.
but that is a conversation that Seth and I had privately. You know, I'm sorry, but we're not going to sit here and drag certain things into this. It has nothing to do with it. I told Seth, basically we should all go to church. We should pray. That's exactly what it was in reference to.
Understood. Seth, go ahead. It's your turn now.
There's better ways to have said it, Chris.
Okay, and that's
For
semantics.
you to think
Let's
that I
not-
don't go to church.
Seth, I didn't say anything about you not
That's
going to church or
semantics.
going to church. Can we
Is
go
that
to the
gonna
next
find
question?
Sebastian?
No, it's not. Can we move to the next question?
All right, thank you.
Okay. how about this? Because you guys have been on here for almost 3 hours, and I really appreciate it. And I do think Chris and Seth need to talk off air. Let's talk about what we do know. We do know, and this is how we started out the live stream. We do know that Sebastian was last seen publicly at Texas Roadhouse on Sunday. We know he was seen on camera taking out the garbage at some point. We know that there is a possibility that the cameras did not pick up Seth leaving the house because it was so dark.
Sebastian. Not
I'm
Seth.
sorry. What did I say? I'm sorry.
You
I'm so
said
tired.
Seth.
Seth. I'm sorry. You're not missing Seth. You're right here. Sebastian.
I'd like to be missing.
Yeah, I understand. I hear you. Sebastian was not seen. A possibility that Sebastian was not seen leaving the house because it was too dark. Okay. There were certain scent dogs that hit on Sebastian. There were 3 of them that went down to the retaining pond. According to Chloe, that retaining pond has been searched.
It was actually been drained and it has been walked and searched.
Okay, so that's good. I think that's what we know about that night and the hours before he went missing. I think that's all we know for certain. Now, I want to ask all of you, what is the next step? Chloe and Heather, I'll go to you two first, and then I'll go to the two gentlemen.
I'm sorry, my dog was barking. What did you say?
That's okay. I said, what is the next step? What is the next step for you? What is the next step for the public? What would you like us to do? What do you think you guys are going to do?
Well, for us right now, we are really focused on getting Q in. Chloe and I are working on a report and some maps to try to give them an idea of areas that need to be searched or researched. And I think really the next big step is getting us all on the same page and working together. And even though this is a mess right now, I think this is a huge step in that direction. And I'm hoping that, as I said, Chris had called me earlier and just right before the show started, and I messaged Chloe and was kind of talking to her about what you guys were going to talk about, because I wanted to, some of the things that he cleared up with me, I wanted to make sure she was aware of. But, reaching out to me and then reaching out to you guys on the podcast tonight, I think it's a huge step in the right direction. He's angry, but once we get past that, I think maybe we can all work together and start putting our heads together on where we need to look for Sebastian.
Thank you. Very good. Chris, what would you like to see us do? What do you think?
At this point, keep spreading the flyers, keep keeping his name out there in of good graces, not of in a negative light. Spread the words. If you know something, say something. Don't wait 2 weeks. Don't wait 3 weeks. I told Heather the same thing. There's so many tips that come in weeks later instead of the moment that they come in. When you get these tips, you call 911, you call TBI, you don't call these PIs, you don't call Seth, you don't call us, you just call the law enforcement agency. Keep spreading the flyers, spreading the word, prayers. Trust me, keep the prayer warriors out there. We need them.
I agree. And I think, because of all of the noise, people have not been reminded to continuously search their properties. And like I said before, everybody else came on here. There's a lot of really large properties in the area, and the terrain is treacherous in a lot of areas. And things get missed. So I think it's important to center it back to the local level, first of all, because this has become national, and nationally people are giving their opinions. We need the community to come back together and search their acres and acres of property, because I believe he could be very close to home.
There you
Now,
go.
I will say this much. that everything she said is exactly the same thing law enforcement's been pushing. If you're not comfortable searching, call law enforcement. They, I'm sure, can work in getting a team out there to search the property. You know, please, everybody that's searching, do not. I can't stress this enough. Please do not just walk on private property without having prior permission. Please.
By the way, there's comments in chat and we're removing them. Chris has been searching. Okay. He has been searching. Just because you don't see him searching, because you personally don't see him, doesn't mean he's not searching. So that needs to stop. Okay. That needs to stop right now. And Seth, what do you feel the final word should be?
I need people to keep the faith. I need people to keep faith that we will find Sebastian. I don't know. I don't know what people's mindset are right now, but it doesn't need to be about me. It doesn't need to be about Chris. It needs to be about Sebastian. Sebastian is the goal. Sebastian is what is lost. Sebastian is what used to be found.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
This phone number is here for me.
I am so sorry.
My son is missing. I need people to continue with the flyers, as Chris said. BBI has already stated that most of their tips do come in from flyers. I have
Okay.
I have 100% faith that the humanity still exists out here, but we can come together, heads up, eyes open, see something, say something. Contact FBI, contact TBI, call 911 for your local. Tell them that, you know, you think you just saw the missing child from Hendersonville, Tennessee. Get them on it. All right. At the same point in time, if you feel that they're not doing it, you just fix it. Law enforcement is short-handed. All it takes for evil things to exist is good men do nothing. And that's good females too. I'm not, you know, it's just for evil to exist and continue, the good people don't do something, they do nothing.
Right.
Don't fall into the simplicity. On your way to work, on your way to the corner store, on your way to Walmart, you might see my son.
Absolutely
You might see him, and I need you to say something. I need you to call 911 immediately. If you're not in Sumner County, I need you to call 911. After you call 911, call TBI, so that way they know that 911 has already been called. I have found that law enforcement groups do not communicate with each other, and I don't mean this as a negative, but I mean this as a Facebook lead came through, and I called Lebanon, which is here in Tennessee, and they didn't even know that my son was missing.
Oh, geez.
All right.
I will second that with Seth. There's a lot of people out there that don't know locally.
Right. They don't communicate, and they need to. They absolutely need to.
Well, I'm not saying communicating. I'm just agreeing that he's saying that there's a lot of
everybody
folks.
gets the information that is necessary. Somebody forgets to do a pass down, and the next officer on duty doesn't get the information that he needs. So he doesn't even know. It's not his fault. The officer before him could have been working at 16, or have even been working more than a 16, which is illegal. But we still have to have law enforcement out there.
Right.
I just need everybody to work together. The rumors are killing it. The rumors are killing people's time. And that's the one thing Sebastian doesn't have.
Right.
So if you've already called PBI with your information, but you think it might be a rumor because you heard it from Joe Blow down the fucking road, you're not helping find my son. You're part of the problem. People out there listening that are doing the death threats, I will see you at my door. You're going to sit there and pick on people. You're a coward. You are a coward. And if somebody has my son, understand that I love him and I need him back. I need him back. Not that I want him back, it's I need, because my life has stopped. Because
Seth,
my son is not here, and I find it hard to function.
can you ladies get him
a
a hold of
regular
me,
life without my son here.
I'm sorry, Chris.
Seth.
What did you say? Go ahead, Chris.
Right. Seth, I know what you're doing and I understand the plea, but hang tight, man. You and I we need to get off this panel. You, me, Katie, PIs need to get on a phone call.
Absolutely.
Not on here. Our message is simple. Find Sebastian, you see it, you say something, you call it in. Don't wait. Don't go down this track, man. Don't. I'm looking out for you. Don't.
Can I just say one thing? I don't want to ever discourage people from reaching out with information that they think might be pertinent. Now, getting the same tip 100 times from everybody on social media, just sending the screenshot, did you see this? And we've already seen it 500 times. I mean, that's a little excessive, but I don't ever want people to think like, oh, this might not be important, because that might be the one tip that actually was important.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a different message to send. I don't want anybody to feel discouraged. Please reach out to us. Please reach out to TBI. Do not keep anything silent because you don't think it's important.
Absolutely. And I wanted to reiterate, like I get a ton of messages. And even if I do not respond to you, that doesn't mean I haven't looked at it. And that doesn't mean I'm not looking into it.
Mm-hmm.
So please, I mean, I get them on Twitter, I get them on Facebook, I get them in my emails. If I don't respond, it's not because I'm ignoring you. We are vetting things that we know are probably nothing.
Right.
But we're still vetting them.
I mean, that kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. It's regardless of how everybody out there feels about me personally, regardless. Let me help everybody with something, and this might help you understand where we're all standing. There are some folks out there that have children, and I would like for you to take your step back, and you can go look at your children. You get to look at them, you get to hold them, you get to hug them, you get to give them kisses every night, you get to say I love you, and all the fun jazz that you get to do.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, there are 3 parents that cannot do that right now to one child. One. Regardless of how you feel about me, because I can tell you now, I'm not the most liked person in the world, and I'm perfectly okay to accept that. But if your heart's in the right place and you're doing this for the right reasons, it's not about me. It's not about Seth. This ain't about Katie. This is about 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers.
Amen. He ain't wrong.
And all I'm asking for y'all is to please tone everything down. Focus on the positive. Keep pushing the message out there. And trust me, when we find Sebastian, when he comes home, let the party begin. But that's all we're going to ask of y'all is please just keep spreading the word and be supportive and just keep pushing Sebastian. That's all we're going to ask.
Thank you. Seth, any final words?
No.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't thank you enough for coming tonight. I apologize for the rude comments in chat. Our mods were deleting them as quickly as possible.
That was the first time Seth Arini didn't have nothing to say in it. Okay. That's it for the night. That's the end of that. I will see you all tomorrow. Good night. It's past my bedtime. Adios.